subject because I do believe that yes, looks are very important, especially when you're not on birth control and you're selecting for a mate for your offspring. But I don't think they're the end all be all. Had this argument many times, but I do think they're more important than I thought they were a few years ago. Just because I've read a bunch of science studies, and I can debate you on this topic one of these days. I'll like bring up my science.
Matching people on Tinder for looks because that's not. I don't give a fuck about Tinder. Okay, you're not gonna meet your wife on Tinder. I hope.
It's kind of difficult to reply to everything that's you say,
Lorenzo,
because it's like a continuous stream of topics where like I don't necessarily agree with it. And when I normally I would disagree immediately, but I don't really know the house rules here. And
I know it's a free for all. It's a free for all.
We will yell at each other.
Listen,
you're welcome to stay.
let me take charge of this, okay? Because I've been sitting back a lot. I want some questions answered. What is the longest relationship that you've had?
Slightly over 1 year.
Come here, because you want payback for what happened to her?
Do you, if you want to find a relationship...
No fears, no tears, you know?
Actually, forget that. Fuck that. Let's just talk about your situation if we can.
You'll never get rid of this corpse. You drop a lot of them, don't you?
How do you feel about living with your parents? Like, how did you get into this position? Is it because you pursued
suddenly comes natural
personal training and it didn't work out?
Given how much
and now you're
work
trying
I
to figure out the next step, or like, are you just happy
By
with
the
this
way,
life that you're
Show
living?
up for work today. Or
Oh, that's a very philosophical question.
No shit, I wonder why.
We're gonna get into like.
I think what kind of what he's saying is if you think that looks are all that and looks are what get these guys all the women, at least for a night or two, but we all agree, at least LP and I, that doesn't make people happy, then why is the argument, why is the focus on looks if looks just gets you like
so happiness is a very abstract and difficult concept because you can look at people who are famous like Chester from Linkin Park, obviously loaded, he had like 4 kids, like his wife he committed suicide. Robin Williams, like the list just goes on and on of these successful seemingly
there's also mental illness,
everything, but they are very unhappy.
Yeah, but
the only point that I'm making
is from medical problems. Like Chester Bennington suffered from severe debilitating depression. And
but the depression
Robin Williams had a recent issue with, I think it was like Parkinson's or something. So, I mean, those are exceptions. I do understand, yes, they were both very rich, very well loved, and they still killed themselves.
I think depression doesn't have to be chemical. I think depression can also
do you think that looks are,
from like your life.
Do you think, Lorenzo, do you think looks are super important in finding your long-term happy mate that you're going to live 80 years with and die with? Do you think looks are the most important in that? You don't think that it's
100%.
maybe moving out of your parents' basement, maybe like, I mean, there's so many, and I'm not saying you live with your mom, but just like there's, well, you said you're in training, but there's so many other factors that women look for.
That's all
looks are important, yes, because you want to roll over every morning and not throw up.
In the door, and the only way you can do that is with looks from there's another way I should clarify. You can kind of go under the radar through social circles, where you don't immediately start like flirting with her and making your intentions clear, and then you kind of slowly exhibit all of these traits that are like really good for long-term relationships and can make her fall in love. That's possible.
Lorenzo, if looks are most important, why haven't you succeeded then? I mean, you're clearly an attractive person. I think Chad agrees that you're attractive. No, but
you've also agreed that that's not what you want.
Yeah, so then you're not successful.
I mean, that is what I want. Like, I can want more things than one. That I want casual sex doesn't mean that
I'll be honest with you, I've found that those two goals conflict with each other. I found my wife when I finally said I'm not going to waste my time, and I was still like on dating apps, but I had on my profile looking for a wife for marriage and children, and I'd have women message me who were like, oh, do you really, is not having kids a deal breaker? And some of these women were like in the bangable range of looks, and I would just not message them back. I'd be like, yeah, no, whatever, get away.
Yeah, that's very respectable. Then you know what you want, so you'll go specifically for that.
So yeah, he didn't want to waste his time.
Exactly.
With things that weren't going to be long
If you're
term.
just out there chasing tail to get laid, you're not going to find the other side, like the good woman who wants a guy that she knows is going to be ready to commit and stuff like that. Women can sense that shit, you know what I mean? Like the boss Mac says, a woman can sense when you're reckless with your semen.
No, I strongly disagree with that. There's this whole notion that women have this radar.
Lorenzo,
They have this radar and like this special sense or something. I completely disagree. They
Okay,
have no
listen,
special
Lorenzo. Those girls, they pick up on things and they text their friends and they're like, hey, this guy, and they tell you things and their friends tell them, and they kind of all congregate and discuss. And discuss the situation at hand, and they choose not to date the guys that exhibit those behaviors. Like I've gone out on, and LP's argued with me on this before. Like I've gone out on a date before, and it took the guy like over a week to text me back. That to me isn't normal. If guys like you, they're like texting you like, hey, do you want to go out Friday? So if a guy waits a really long time, then you know that he's not thinking about you. Or if they're like texting other girls when you're out at the movies with them or something, it's like, okay, that's weird, and you don't want to go out with that guy again. If you're just one of the plates they have spinning in the air.
You do realize that I am the one rejecting most girls, right? There's plenty of girls. In fact, I've rejected all of them for relationships.
Why are you not married or at least on the road to a long-term committed relationship now?
How would you define on the road?
Okay, well, you've already said looks are most important.
No, like you say on the road, because I think I'm on the road. I'm on dating apps. Like
No.
girls who I
Okay,
see
then
outside.
name one girl that you're like in the process of, that you're thinking about maybe getting a ring or something. I don't mean you're sleeping with multiple women. What I mean is you're like, you have a woman that you're seeing consistently and no other women are in your life. That's what I mean on the road.
That is
Not
one,
eventually.
actually. That is one who I like a lot, but she lives in the USA. So it's like a location thing.
Yeah, but that's not, no, I mean like somebody you're in a committed relationship with.
We stand a better chance by injecting.
Yeah, but how can I be on the way to a committed relationship if the criteria I need to have to meet that requirement is that I am in a committed relationship? It doesn't make any sense.
No, okay, sorry. Then one of us misspoke or you misunderstood. There was a miscommunication. What I was saying is, if the goal for you is you want long-term committed relationship, possibly children, whatever in the future, and you have the looks, which you claim that's what you need to get that, then why aren't you on that path? Meaning you already have at least a girl in the works that you're kind of working toward that. You just said earlier in the call that you're sleeping around with multiple women. That's not on that path. Does that make sense?
Don't tell me you're
That's sleeping around with multiple
when
women.
I asked you to be on that path, I gave you an example that there is a girl who I like a lot. I've known her for over a year now, but she lives in the USA, and then kind of
have you slept with anybody else since meeting her?
Yeah.
Humiliate him.
Exactly. That's what I mean. But
Bosses will put him out of the game.
do you get what I'm saying? Or am I not?
Really, no.
Okay. LP, can you clarify in man words what I'm saying?
Are you happy, Lorenzo?
Save the gratitude for later, please.
Okay. Look, I'm gonna be really blunt and honest here. This is the tough love part of the show, so don't. I'm not trying to just bag on you here, but I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you what I really think.
I will try not to cry.
Okay. so I've thought a lot about happiness and depression and mental health and what it is to live the good life. And I read a lot of Aristotle on the good life. You might want to check that out when you get a chance.
I've read it.
Okay, cool. So I've decided for myself what constitutes a good life.
Not a word.
What I believe you have to have or be on the road on in order to have happiness. That includes a lot of things. And one of the things, I don't really have the right word for it yet, but I call it productivity, basically, is how I think of it, which is as a man, and this is especially as a man.
I'm better.
Maybe for women it's different. Maybe they need to just have nurturing or something that they're giving. But for a man, it's every day, I want to go to bed knowing that I did stuff that I that I was productive, basically, whether it's like I put in 8 hours at the job, I hit the gym, I worked on my YouTube video a little bit and stuff. And if I do all that stuff and I ate well and everything, I feel like I had a really good day. If I lie around just playing video games all day, I don't feel good at the end of the day. And if I do that, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I used to do this, so I'm just saying.
No, that is what I'm doing, actually.
You play a lot of video games?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So as the days go by, gaming, I was in a depression a long time ago. Like I felt like, and that was part of it. It was part of like the feeling that I wasn't doing anything with my life. So, you know, and then another part of the good life is having a family, like a wife, children, and stuff like that. So for me, it's clear that you wouldn't be happy when I look at your situation. And it doesn't matter how many chicks you bang, it doesn't matter how many tens you bang, that's not going to make you happy. It just won't. And I almost feel like maybe, again, this is the brutally honest part, like maybe you wanted to come on here and brag about how many chicks you're banging and how easy it is for you, because again, you're just chasing some feeling that's going to fill that void, whether it's banging chicks or whether it's going on the internet and saying, hey man, I bang chicks and they're hot and it's so easy for me. But that's not going to make you happy either. What's going to make you happy is like getting on your own 2 feet, getting a path in life, some kind of career, some kind of thing where you're out there working, doing shit, not just playing video games. And then eventually, once you have that, then finding the wife will become a lot more plausible. It's going to be a tough sell to get a woman to marry you when you're living with your parents playing video games all day. I'm done.
Yeah, so the reason I came on originally was just to defend the black pill, because I have a unique perspective, right? Because the overwhelming majority of like black pill enthusiasts, they're like, oh, you know, black pill so and so, and I fit the description because I'm really ugly, right? That's typically what they say. So I am kind of a black pill sympathizer, but I look, in my opinion, I look pretty decent. So that's a mismatch. So I thought maybe that would be interesting, but instead what I'm getting at is
Lorenzo, a lot of the focus seems to be on intercourse, though. Like even in the black pill community, when just things that I've seen on the surface,
sure.
and even conversations I've had, it really focuses on you need to have the looks to get laid. Yeah, clearly, especially in an internet age where women are swiping left and right, and bad lighting means you didn't get laid that week. But you clearly want more than that. And a lot of these men, I think, whether they admit it or not, they want more than that. They'll take what they can get, which is a couple of nights until the girl stops calling them back, if they're lucky. And I think they're out there fishing because they're hoping if they go on 20 dates, at least one of them will touch them. But my point is that, like, I think you guys want more, but you need to have a bigger conversation. The black pill community needs to focus on not just looks. I get it, it's looks, but move out of your mom's basement. Get it. Even if you're not making a ton of money, like kind of what LP said, he needs to get shit done. Women absolutely are attracted to men who like to do things. It's not just financial success. Financial success is just the outcome. It's you work really, really, really hard, and you work harder than everyone around you, and you happen to make more money. But
so
women
can I give you some information about my previous life? Because it's funny, because a friend on like the WhatsApp desktop, he's like coaching me. He's like, for the last 20 minutes, he's like, mention this. So
okay, do you have any other hobbies?
So listen,
can you
first
spin wood? I mean, can you make things with your hands? I'm just saying, do you like
Annika, let him go. He's gonna give us the like origin story here.
Okay.
So I worked 40 hours per week for the more actually, because I was in overtime for the first year I worked at that company for the first, like every month. I worked 40 hours per week. I earned a lot of money. It was a really well-paying job. Because I told you I worked at a casino, right? I had my own apartment. I had my girlfriend. We were going to move together, buy a house together and everything, but I wasn't really happy. And that doesn't mean that I wanted, to not be with her and instead have sex with like a million girls or something. That was not the case, but I was just intrinsically not happy. Now I'm still not happy, but I had that life first, and I was working 40 hours. Like I didn't really enjoy my job. To be honest, I think job satisfaction is one of the most important things to have. which I wasn't having, even though I was really raking in a lot of money.
Yeah, personal trainers, I pay mine $95 an hour.
No, that was in the casino. I was working in the casino back then. And because again, I was being paid for languages, as I mentioned briefly at the beginning. I was making a lot of money from that, and it was a salary job, right? It wasn't like freelance where I hope I have enough clients, and I was getting consistent money every month, and it was a lot. I could support. Like I paid for my entire apartment, like all of my bills, and I had like money left over to go like 2 weeks on holiday, like every 3 months or something. Like it was insane, and bring my girlfriend with me and pay everything for her. So lots of money, but that didn't make me happy though. And the way you're phrasing it, and the way you're kind of leading this conversation it makes me think that you believe that is the path to success and happiness, which I don't necessarily think that's true. And if you look at like kind of the whole mainstream thing with, like, for example, Robin Williams, Chester, like there's a million examples I can give of people who are unhappy. I know Jim Carrey is also very unhappy. These people seem to have walked that path, but they are still unhappy. It doesn't seem like that's the magic bullet.
Right. No, do something you love.
The other
that makes you feel.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Annika.
you have to do something you enjoy.
Hold on. First of all, I think that you would have been. I have to believe you would have been happier when you were standing on your own 2 feet than you are now. Again, as a man, if you have to tell people that you don't have a job and you live with your parents, you're over 30 years old, that can't feel good. Like, have you ever lied to people to avoid having to tell them that?
No, I don't lie, because as soon as I start lying about that, I'm implying that I'm ashamed or lesser or whatever. So
right.
I specifically
it's good not to lie, but
it's actually in my Tinder bio. It's like my Tinder bio says unemployed living at home.
Sure.
And that's all. Actually, no. It also says I'm 31 because I'm like mildly catfishing. I show up as 29 because when you make a new account as a girl, the standard age is 18 to 29, and a lot of girls don't touch it. So I put my 29. So it says actually 31, unemployed, living at home. That's what it says. And it has zero effect on like amount of intercourse, I've noticed.
I believe that, but I find it hard to believe that you feel better doing nothing than you felt doing a job that you didn't like. Well, I mean, you say that, but I feel like maybe it's going to catch up with you, man, because
maybe
you just gaming all day. That's the road to like suicide, man. That's such an empty life.
It is, yeah. It is very empty. And I don't even particularly. I mean, I play League of Legends, so I guess I'm already completely retarded for voluntarily playing League of Legends. But
why aren't you a physical trainer anymore? Did you just get burnt out on it? Because I mean, you seem to be knowledgeable enough about it. Why isn't that something? And it's something that you can kind of work unorthodox hours if you want. You can kind of work whenever you want. You just schedule it.
I was a personal trainer. I was employed.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier. Why you seemed happy.
Like that is nothing right now.
Why aren't you? So. You could be around fit women.
Yeah, he said I'm just Corona, saying. Which
no, okay, I am.
Okay, I understand that. Yes, COVID. So okay, so
I was Annika. 1 second. So I was employed at a gym.
Okay.
Right. But then lockdown. So like.
Okay.
So then eventually my contract ended, and like my manager was already paying me for 3 months without me actually working. So then obviously my contract wasn't lengthened. So then
I understand it's COVID, and yes, you were in a. I apologize for kind of jumping on that, but you came to the conversation as if, well, I just sit around my parents' house and game all day, as opposed to, look, I worked as a trainer. I plan to go back to being a trainer. Because if it's something you enjoy,
I'm not ideologically opposed to working or
that's kind of what we're getting.
It's just I'm currently neat.
You're going to be 40 living with your parents gaming, and your jaw's going to be down. You're not going to be good looking. You're not going to have abs.
No, I'm still going to have the jaw.
Okay, maybe the jaw, but you're not going to have the youth that you have now.
Actually.
You're not going to have the youth. And if you're going to be an old man that's unemployed, you're going to have to be rich as shit in order to get women. Because at some point, you're going to be too old to work. Like, what are you just going to live on the dole? Like, all I'm saying is you need something that you're passionate about. Because even if you don't make a ton of money, if you are meeting women and you don't make as much, but you love what you do. That's why I mentioned hobbies. And I know that's an easy one to throw out there.
No, I have a lot of hobbies though.
Okay.
Like I do MMA, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, I do
You're coming to the
woodworking.
conversation as if you have no passions. Like, I had a job and I made good money and I didn't like it. So now I live with my parents and I game. That's why you kind of...
No, but the reason I said that is because I wanted specifically to debate the fact that you can still get girls if you look.
We both agree you can get laid if you have good looks. You can be a complete jerk, and there are women out there that will sleep with you. You're not going to get quality women.
That's more or less, actually, that was kind of all I wanted to debate.
Right, okay. But we have to talk about it in an hour. So the point I wanted to make, and I'm making this point for the sake of the incels who are out there miserable, think they have this fear that everybody else is having this life that's so much better. If you're not happy, then what's the fucking point? Look, man, and I'm not trying to brag or be like, oh, like act higher or better than you, but I'm happy in my life now, man. And I've been the man slut in the past. Now I'm married. I have a kid. I have another kid on the way. Like, I'm happy. I can say that easily, that I have like this, everything has come together for me to give me the life I want. Empress Delphina actually said something in the chat that I agree with for a change. And I wanted to ask this, if you were, like you said, you were doing the job, you had the girlfriend, I'll assume you were living a more or less virtuous life, like you weren't out there cheating on your girlfriend or anything like that.
Not at all. I'm very against that.
Good. Yeah. But if you're still not happy, like maybe you need to, if you haven't already, maybe it's time to think about looking at therapy or something like that. Because like Annika said, there are other things.
I don't really have an issue though.
But you're not happy.
For what should I get therapy?
You weren't happy doing that. You're not happy now.
Yeah, and just for the
don't you think you should be? Don't you think
I'm not suicidal or something? Like it's just
like, and I'm not trying to
I get that too. I get that too. But it's like you can be like, are you content? Like that's not really the right word, but it's like.
These are really deep philosophical questions. Like, it's really difficult to answer that.
Okay, but Lorenzo, you came to the conversation saying you get laid plenty, you're good looking. You told us, and this is why I'm like telling you what to do, is if you say this is what I want and this is what I'm doing and I'm not getting what I want, then I'm going to say, well, do the thing over here that's going to increase your chances of getting what you want. It's not a guarantee, but if somebody comes, I have to advise people in my job all day long. I have to tell people what to do with their money. They come to me, if they tell me, hey, I spend $100 a day on Taco Bell and I'm fucking broke. My advice is going to say, I'm going to tell them, stop eating Taco Bell all day long. Like, so, you know, I'm trying to give you like an example. If somebody tells me these are the dumb decisions I make and I'm not happy with the decisions, with the outcome, I'm going to say, well, why don't we change the behavior? That's what I'm saying with you is, are you happy? I'm not getting super deep. You said it's not fulfilling to sleep around. I wouldn't expect it to be fulfilling.
I did not say that.
Okay, so it is fulfilling that you sleep around?
I would rather, and this is also kind of responding to LP, who said like that he wanted kind of to show incels that it's not all that and that they shouldn't hyper-focus on sex. But to be honest, I would rather be like unhappy but slaying than being unhappy and incel. Same with like being rich or poor.
That sentence doesn't make sense.
Well,
no human being.
Actually, it is kind of hard to argue with.
Money doesn't make you happy as well, right?
No,
so if you say money doesn't make you happy, but would you rather be poor and unhappy, or would you rather be rich and unhappy? Like,
I would rather be happy and anything else.
I'm gonna give him that one. Like, I'm gonna give him that one. Like, I would say, generally speaking, having sex is kind of preferable to not having sex. Even if it's not going to make you happy, it'll at least give you a temporary pleasure.
Because it's a short-term hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, same thing with money.
But like
honestly,
I said, I think that does conflict with the bigger picture. Like, it's not like that doesn't come without a cost, because it does come with a cost, you know, and there's all kinds of risks involved in having casual sex. You could get a girl pregnant or this or that, but...
that was the other thing
I mean, nobody wants to be an incel. Like, I'm going to give him that one, but... I just wanted to make the point that being Chad, is not a guarantee that you're gonna like love your life. Same
being chat is a guarantee that you're going to get laid. That's more or less the only thing I'm trying to argue here. That's also why I included that I was like me living with my parents or employed, blah, blah, to show that it doesn't matter and that I can still get laid purely because chat, which is what the black pill is. Like all this other thing about like what I want and if I'm happy and stuff. Sure, we can discuss. Like I don't mind discussing that and receiving advice. That's fine, but it's not originally what I came on for.
Sure.
Well, I just wanted to show that even though I have these things not going for me, that men aren't often treated as success objects, right? Like you have women who are typically treated as sex objects by men, but you have men who are typically treated as success objects by women. And I kind of came here to say that's not the case. It just matters whether you're hot or not. Whether you're successful or not doesn't matter for even relationships, because I have a lot of girls that want to be in relationships with me and I reject them. Because
why do you reject them?
For multiple reasons. It's kind of a case-by-case basis, but usually I just don't see a future with them. And that is not even counting in my own predicament at the moment, where obviously I don't really have a lot of earning power. I don't really have any concrete plans for the near future in terms of moving out, getting my own property and such. So even leaving those out, like if that would all magically be okay, which it was in the past when I lived abroad. Like there's still a lot of things that I would be like, okay, I'm not really feeling this with this girl. Well, they are apparently still feeling it with Mr. Need living with parents 30-year-old. So I can only conclude, oh, that must be because of either my wonderful, vibrant personality, or it has to do with my looks. Like,
it could be both. I mean, you can clearly, sit through a conversation, and I don't think the Tourette's has been an issue this whole conversation. And even when you do Twitch, it's not a big deal. Most people have something wrong with them anyway.
I'm mystified. Like you said, you speak like 5 languages or something like that. I find
5
that
if
hard
you count
to square
Flemish, that's 4, yeah.
with the rest of what you're telling me. Like, because I don't know, man. I just don't know what to make of you. But
okay, let's do just questions and do, because it's like there's so many things that I just forgot to touch upon, because it's like just one string of sentences and it's like multiple things I want to touch upon, but then like I'm being asked a question which is like totally different from.
Listen, we're already at an hour, which is usually where we cap it. So we're gonna wrap it up here shortly. Let's give it like another 5 minutes, and we'll take questions from the chat. I would be reading the super chats, but I noticed we didn't get any again. So thanks for the support. Not what we're here for. That's fine. You don't gotta send any super chats, but if you want to ask questions in the regular chat, guys, and then we'll for Lorenzo, ask your questions for Lorenzo.
Yeah, let's hit it.
We'll hit this for a few minutes, and then we'll wrap it up here.
Somebody mentioned a sugar mommy. Would that make you happy, Lorenzo? Are you familiar with the term?
Yeah, I know. I need to be physically attracted to the women that I'm dating.
There could be older attractive women.
While we're waiting,
sure, I don't mind. Honestly, listen, real talk. I don't mind being like a house husband, even though it's typically seen as not like a masculine thing. Like, just if she's out working and I'm like, making some fresh apple pie, playing soccer with the kids, like I would be fucking down for that. Like, seems like a dream life to be honest. Even though I would be financially dependent, which I guess would be shitty. And which is also why, the whole feminism and nowadays women being more independent kind of arose. So I can also see the issues with it. But ideologically, like I wouldn't really be opposed to it. Seems kind of like a utopia, actually. Just kind of chilling, get out of bed. Yeah. Okay. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, but like it's not I'm not looking for it specifically. Totally
sure.
Not.
Stedley in the chat asks, how old are your parents?
They are fairly young. I actually don't know that exact age. It's probably bad.
Like in the 50s,
they are like mid-50s. Yeah, so they had me in like their mid-20s, which is fairly common for like back then.
Are they fairly well off?
They are medium socioeconomic status.
So middle class.
Yeah, bourgeoisie, basically.
Empress Delphina asks, what do you see in your future, Lorenzo?
Buoyant, so I wouldn't know. No, sorry, that's a cop-out. So currently, the issue is that I decided that job satisfaction was very important for me because I had all of these things with like a high-paying job and everything, but I wasn't happy. So I figured, oh, it's job satisfaction. So I moved back to the Netherlands from abroad because I also didn't like living abroad because I was living in a shithole, low-stress country. But I really wanted to pursue personal training, so that's why I moved back. So then I got a job and everything, but then Corona, lockdown, my contract expired. Like I was already getting paid 3 months for literally sitting on my ass. So obviously, my manager is not gonna like lengthen my contract. And now I'm here. But yeah, I do want to kind of pursue that. The issue is now with Corona, it's just really difficult. And also the market is very oversaturated. So you need a very strong, unique selling point in order to stand out amongst all of the other personal trainers. And the issue is you don't really have a unique selling point unless you want to scam people. Because the basics, the things that are very efficient, they don't sell very well. That's just a fact. So that's kind of difficult right now. And also in terms of jobs, another issue is like interns. Because interns, like you pay them almost nothing, you can get rid of them really easily. It's just really cheap and efficient labor. So all of the gyms right now where I try to like solicit for a job, they all just have interns filling the positions, which I mean obviously that degrades, you know, the service they give to their clients, but you know that's on them really. I don't know if that has any significant repercussions. So it's really difficult to get a job in that specific area. So I could do like a poor shitty job right now, which would again make me unhappy. But I don't want to do that. So I want to pursue personal training. That's also why I'm neat right now specifically. And the reason why I'm living at home is just to save on costs. Like this is not a permanent thing. When I was working in the gym, I was actually renting my own apartment, but then I lost my job. So I was like, oh, it's money going out. There's no money coming in. I should probably move, you know, back with my parents. But yeah, so like my life is like, I feel like you guys make it out like I'm some sort of neat final boss, you know. Like, I'm gonna be neat forever and living in my parents' basement when I'm 60. But honestly, the only reason I came on, and I think there was a little bit of miscommunication here, is just to argue that you don't need a job, you don't need, like, I can't really speak for personality, but you don't need a job, you don't need like your own apartment, you don't need to be success, you don't like just. You know, just being attractive is not. That's kind of the whole thing I wanted to argue, but we went like really weirdly off track.
Well, the problem, Lorenzo, is nobody disagrees with that point. Nobody has ever said that.
I thought everyone did, though.
No, getting laid is not the same as having stability is not in a relationship is not the same as just
getting laid and getting married are two different things. That's where the miscommunication is. We've never discounted the fact that being good looking would make it easier to get laid, and that maybe if you're really good looking, you can cruise by getting laid just on that. Look, man, though a little too hard.
No, it's all right.
I'm not trying to act like I'm better than you. Like I said, I used to be a man slut. I wasn't slaying on Tinder, but in my old college days, I was getting.
I've never been a man slut.
I was getting around, so I'm not trying to like act superior or anything. I do want you to be happy, Lorenzo. You seem like a nice guy.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope you can figure that out for yourself. Maybe think about it. Try to figure out what it is you want, what it is that would make you happy.
Want a better hair life. I'm kidding.
Because it doesn't seem like you know that, really. You know what I mean? So try to figure that out. And we'll end the show there. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks, Lorenzo, for coming on, sharing your time with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
I thought it was a good conversation.
We can keep arguing with people on Twitter if they want.
Do you have anything you want to plug? Do you have like a League of Legends clan?
No, I haven't heard anything.
No, like I don't even know why I play League of Legends. Like there has to be some sort of self-loathing, masochistic trait.
Understood.
So maybe you guys are onto something because I do play League of Legends completely off my own accord. So that's the thing, obviously. But no, there's not really anything I want to plug. No, it's fine. I just wanna. Something that I do want to say is I think the Black Pill and Incel community, I think it gets like a lot of hatred. Sometimes unnecessarily. Of course, you have people posting like extremist like opinions and like inciting violence. Whether that's serious or to blow off steam, I'm not going to speak about that. But there are genuinely, there are like a whole lot of incels on these sites, and they are perfectly good guys, but they were just dealt bad hands. You know, they're either short or like their face or whatever, and like they are suffering because of it. A lot actually, and like people making fun of them, which you guys aren't doing from what I understand.
Again, case by case.
I think that's a proper thing to do.
I
want to say.
don't want to hate or just see, but they do frustrate the fuck out of me because any help you try to give them, they just are like, nah, they just...
It's over for me. I'm gonna kill myself.
You said it in your email that they're very fatalistic, and that's what frustrates me. Is like they don't want to hear any kind of. They just want to hear that life is hell and suffering if you're ugly.
Yeah. I was hoping we would have talked about that actually, about like specific, like black pill nuances and grayscale and kind of my take on the whole thing, and maybe how to help people with like. Not being as fatalistic and something that's reasonable, because I do think it's over for some people, but I think some people are a little bit too dark and pessimistic. So I was actually, I mean, that was in my email, right?
Sure.
Albeit slightly fatalistic and exaggerated in some areas, which I'd like to touch upon. It's literally in my email, but
let me just ask the next
we didn't really do that.
My kind of a blanket response to a lot of those guys is to lower their standards too. I mean, I know that that's like a typical response, but if you interact with them enough, you'll learn that a lot of them, like the really ugly ones, they need to find ugly women, and they insist that women that are ones are all getting chads, and that's not happening.
No, I think it's a fair point. So anyway, we're out of time, and
I think LP's like getting at
it. I gotta wrap it up, but I did want to say thanks to CC who sent us $5 on Streamlabs. Said, I don't have a question. I just feel sorry for his parents. You know, hey, it's coronavirus. It is what it is. You sound like you're not planning to stay there forever, so I don't think it's that we have to feel sorry.
I live off my own money, by the way. I want to get it out. Like I buy my own food.
Hey man, these are contextual things that.
The only thing I'm doing is I'm not paying like for rent and for like utility bills, but like everything else, like clothes and food and gym subscription, like everything else, I'm paying out of my own pocket. So.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Peace out.
Cheers, guys.
Mudbug is an American far-right blogger. Yarvin and his ideas are often associated with the alt-right, despite his and the efforts of other dark Enlightenment thinkers to distance themselves from it. From 2007 to 2014, he authored a blog called Unqualified Reservations, which argued that American democracy is a failed experiment, and that it should be replaced by monarchy or corporate governance. He is known, along with fellow neo-reactionary Nick Land, for developing the anti-egalitarian and anti-democratic ideas behind the Dark Enlightenment. So yeah, this is a really dark podcast conversation. We talk about all kinds of interesting things. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. It's very dark. A big thank you to all my paid subscribers. If you would like to join this elite crew and help put food on this poor boy's table, you can donate, or you can subscribe on Patreon,
sir.
rather. Patreon.com/Colin.
I'll take care of it personally.
We may or may not end up using the video for this, but I just have to say your hair looks amazing, Curtis.
Well, yeah, it's my COVID hair, so you know, I've been growing it out ever since COVID. So
how long was the awkward phase before? Because long hair, it definitely has growing pains.
It's a huge pain in the ass, basically. But when you actually can't get it cut, you actually can't get it cut. So you know, that's life. That's life in the big city. And I think technically, you know, I could probably get it cut now, but you know, there's just no reason to risk it. Also, you know, once you realize that you started looking like a roadie for Whitesnake, you know, you started looking like a roadie for Whitesnake. I mean, it's.
So speaking of big city, are you in a big city? Are you in the Bay Area, or have you purchased your compound yet?
I'm far.
in the mountains.
I would describe myself as in the far west. I think that's probably as close as we should get today.
Oh, great. Okay.
But it's a big place, obviously, the far west, and it's all Bigfoot country out here. So yeah, I haven't been in the Bay Area in a little while, and it's sort of interesting. It'll be interesting to go back there next time I'm back and see what the world has done to San Francisco. I suspect it hasn't changed that much, but
yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have to go into your personal geographical location beyond just far west. But one of the things I did want to ask you about was your thoughts on, or maybe even your personal experience of building a bridge between alternative communities and governance structures in the virtual world, and how Meat Space does or does not catch up to that. So the systems are put in place in a virtual sense. We can go into detail on. I mean,
sure.
I would love to talk about Urbit at some point if you're open to it.
I generally prefer not to. I generally, as I said in Ghostbusters, don't cross the beams.
Don't cross the beams. Okay.
It's actually streams, but somehow it turned it. The public mind turned it into "Don't cross the beams," which is better. It's "Don't cross the beams." So I do prefer not to cross the beams.
What's the thing where people, I forget what it's called, where something true happens, but then everyone swears something else happened?
The Berenstain Bears or something. Something like that. Yeah. It's a classic. It's a class, and these things are generally improvements because the public mind somehow turns into. So yeah, I prefer not to cross the teams.
Okay.
But I can certainly talk about all kinds of systems abstractly.
Okay. How about the broader question of sort of the trend of people building these sort of alternate communities or governance structures in the virtual world, versus, or maybe what follows after that is actually finding space to be together in person. I'm just curious, what that process is or should be.
I honestly have no idea. I mean, the thing is that one thing you need to generally keep in mind, having seen various virtual communities since the 80s, really, in the era of Usenet, I think that when you compare these communities to sort of real-life human communities and even polities, it's easy to frankly LARP a little bit. And one of the differences, these are, of course, the comparison is correct in that these are both groups of people that act together in a social way and know each other. The difference is that the bonds that are holding them together are very, very weak. These are extremely weak social bonds, and they sort of don't pertain to, your friends are going to tell you how to live your life or anything like that. When you compare those bonds to the sort of level of bonding that held together, communities, like the Puritans, for example, actual colony, even like a Greek colony, which is where we got the name colony from, you see much, much tighter social bonds. These are a group of people that are, essentially ready to die for each other, and that's considered normal. Actually, to say that you are not ready to die for your city or your group is like to say, I'm not worthy of being a member of this group. I'm not a citizen, right? And, whereas today, I mean, who the hell is willing to die for a subreddit, right?
Would you die for your Twitter in-group?
Yeah, that's not even a formal group. I mean, that's not even, that's still more atomized and more, when you have something like the Twitter graph, which is completely unstructured, then any sort of community that you created, it inherently has to be sort of frayed and diffuse at the borders. The community is only, an approximation, and it's very hard to be attached to an approximation. And it's just, these are just, normal friendship ties. Like, these are people without any community whatsoever. And that's how even if you look, for example, at the level of communal energy that exists in, say, Burning Man, which is, I think, very high for society, if only because Burning Man, is sort of so culturally and even ethnically homogenous.
Have you been to Burning Man?
No, but I understand that its diversity index, basically is competing with the local Klan rally, and I understand that it's a wonderful place, right? And I'm sure they obsess, I'm sure no one at Burning Man is proud of Burning Man's Klan rally demographics.
Oh, I think it was you who actually, I think it was on the Hermetics podcast. I think I heard you say, like, everyone at Burning Man is a noble, and I just thought, I mean, I've never been to Burning Man because I'm not a noble. I would go to Burning Man if I was noble, like in a second.
There you go. Yeah. And you're I mean, we're talking, so you'd probably fit in. So when you look at these virtual communities, they have, would people die for Burning Man? Probably not, but they'd sort of give a lot for Burning Man. And there's relatively, people think of themselves, for example, people use the word burner to describe themselves. This is something that's become a lifestyle, essentially. And so if you basically said to burners, hey, we're going to build, burner Israel, somewhere in the Maldives or whatever, you'd probably get a lot of takers of people who wanted to live the burner lifestyle 24/7, 365. I'm not sure that would work out in a lot of ways, but it would have a lot of communal energy. When, it's the difference between basically a family and a bunch of housemates. And the thing is that the concept of a polity, like, the concept of, like, we are so both together in our ways and different from the rest of humanity that we deserve basically to live in a way that is set apart from humanity is the kind of energy that you're talking about there. And the difference between that level of energy and this level of energy you get in a very homogenous and, very elite, very awesome in every way, subreddit or news group or whatever the fuck, is 3 orders of magnitude. Right. It's really 3 orders of magnitude. And, I recently discovered there's a wonderful book by a French dude named Fustel de Coulanges that was I recently just rediscovered it because it was republished by one of these little dissident publishing outfits, maybe Rogue Scholar in this case, I'm not sure. It's called The Ancient City. And, which is kind of his masterpiece, as he was French and he's writing in the Victorian era. And The Ancient City is essentially an explanation of ancient pre-Christian religion and ancient pre-Christian folkways. And the reason that we sort of don't understand, I was talking with someone the other day who was just like, this is a very educated, intelligent, even public intellectual guy. And he was like, yeah, until last week, I had no idea that the Greeks had no concept of individual rights. Right. And when you read Fustel de Coulanges, yes, to the very late in the Greek period, really in the sunset of Athens, they developed this concept of democracy, but it doesn't include the concept of rights at all, right? And that's why they're like, they're not like, oh, Socrates, you can say whatever the fuck you want because you have freedom of speech, right? They're like, no, drink that shit, motherfucker. Wait,
is that the type of energy that communists are trying to recreate? Is the sense of ultimate freedom that comes with surrender? Like,
yeah, well,
like
you're
surrendering
yourself to a whole, right? You're performing this kind of profoundly, sort of collective act.
I think it was you.
And yeah, were there people who would die for communism in the 20s and 30s? Were there people who would die for the emperor or the Führer or whoever in the 20s and 30s? And 40s, of course. Were there people who would die for democracy in this period? Absolutely. Like, is there anyone who would die for Joe Biden, right? Okay, that's a small number of people. Oh, there you go.
I would
that's
die.
The correct answer.
I would give my life for Joe.
He's a good man, China Joe. And the of course. But you know, like, I mean, how many like serious Trump supporters would die for Trump, right? And
that's a higher number.
It's a higher number, but it's not a very high number compared to the number of people who would die for Hiro fucking Hito, right? You know, and so you know you're still talking about very weak. I mean, you know, here's a question. You know, Trump got 75 million votes or whatever, right? Great. What percentage of those 75 million people likes Trump enough that they would be willing to install a Trump app on their phone? There's your bar. Okay, would you do you care about Trump enough to put your app on his app on your phone? Give it fucking notifications, right? You could even have notifications, right? And how many people actually care enough about Trump to do that?
What does the Trump app do though?
I'm not entirely sure. But maybe it gives you direct instructions. Yes. From the big guy, you know, the
20%. 20% would do it.
20%, right? So this is or lets him communicate with you directly. I don't know, you know, it's like that line in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas: "Say whatever you want, buddy. You're 500 feet tall," right? You know, it lets him say whatever he wants to the people who actually support him, or at least the people who actually support him enough to even want to know what he has to hear on a regular basis. But what percentage of his voters are that? 20%. This is ridiculously low engagement, or weak engagement. It's large numbers of engagement, but it's a very, very low engagement with the whole system. And people are participating in this system and imagining this system as though it was 1937. You know, I mean, and even when you look at like political street violence, okay, do we have political street violence today? Yes. Was there political street violence in Berlin in 1931? Yes, there was. However, in Berlin in 1931, it was like one person a day was killed in the streets, right? I mean, it was just at a completely different level. Small wonder, because you had all these like blood-hardened World War I veterans, right? Even watch the videos of these things. These guys are pussies. They'll like mace each other from the distance, you know, like they don't even want to really fight.
The Antifa. Is it correct to say it's Antifa? What's the other side? Do they have an organizing name? The Proud Boys?
No, that's not that's a single group.
Anyway. Yeah, that's like a one little thing.
You know, the problem is I can't really think off the top of my head of a name which has the appropriate quality of neutrality for which a student of history should search. Therefore, I'm going to decline answering your question. Maybe I could come up with one if I fucking thought about it. You know, yeah, I mean,
that's a pull quote right there. That's a pull.
There you go. But who would pull it and why? You know, but yeah, I mean, that's like when you think about, you know, politics in this world, you're clearly halfway to the incredibly prescient vision of Mike Judge and President Camacho. And I mean, that was just a brilliant moment, right?
Onions,
and you're clearly like
celery and garlic.
You have to remember that 50 years ago, 100 years ago, certainly, the presidency was this quasi-sacred institution. And it commanded sort of enormous respect. And, you know, for people basically to look at, you know, the Nixon administration and be like, holy shit, the president might have lied to us. You know, like, was just this revelation, the idea that it would be like the Pope lying to you. You know, it would be like the Pope is screwing your wife. It's unthinkable. You know, and
what a different time.
Holding up.
And what a different time, right? And today it's just it's like, oh, this is like this like random, you know. And Trump has done so much to desacralize this institution in a way that will never allow it to be sacralized again, especially when we have to sort of revere its kind of decidedly material character
Could be wrong,
the Biden
but
Harris administration
feels
which
like a
can
clean
be,
break for
you
him.
know, you might remember when Obama was
spoil a
described as
nice
a light
day,
worker, right? And
I gotta ask.
That was on
sorry,
purpose.
I didn't practice that,
Peter Pan.
but you might remember when
later,
Obama
okay?
was described as the light worker, and
Sure.
you know,
No pressure.
as much respect
It's just
as
that,
I have for old China Joe,
you know.
I don't
I
think
know.
that anyone is going to call him the light worker.
I mean,
And
I'm younger than you, and I'm a little embarrassed to say that
All
when
right.
Barack Obama was
Think you've
elected
stirred enough?
in 2008.
Mind grabbing the rice from the
I
kitchen?
think I
Yes,
cried.
sir.
I was like 13.
oh yeah, it was beautiful. It was like the world was like, you know, it was like the way I felt when the Soviet Union fell. You know, it was just like the world was going to
No,
become
Randy's
something
always been
beautiful,
that way.
right?
I'm
And
sure
you
this didn't
felt
help
that
none.
sense of that sort of
You know,
warm glow
his
of
father was a
beauty,
difficult
like
man, too.
suffused everything. Like it was just so. It's like, you know,
That's
like
exactly
I
what I
mean,
told
the
him.
way to think about it
But
is
he
like
always got
being a
his
heroin
back.
addict who's not on heroin
Nobody
anymore.
cares about these kids
You
who
know,
don't
and these
exactly
people are
fit the
like, I don't know
mold.
the feeling, but these people are like, yeah, I was like, you
In
know,
those
the
words,
first time
yeah.
I did heroin. There's this amazing.
I wanted to tear my hair
to
out every
detour
time I heard
into
him.
well, there's this amazing
when
Reddit
can I visit
phenomenon,
again?
which is this account called Spontaneous
That's
H,
great.
where
'Cause
he
I
was
really
like
wanna bring him
basically
something.
his first
He
post
loves
ever on
music, so-
Reddit is just like, yeah,
Sorry?
you know, my life was getting boring, so I decided I was going to do some drugs. I went like down to
No,
the
I'll
corner
remember. Just tell me.
and I was going to buy some weed, but the guy didn't have
Thanks
any weed, but he had
so
heroin, so I
much.
thought I'd buy some
You've
heroin.
been wonderful.
You know, instead of
Huge
try,
help.
I'm going to snort
Mhm.
a little. And then, you know,
Yes.
the next day
Talk
he's
again
like,
soon.
wow, that was like 10 hours of like perfect pure
Really
orgasm.
nice of you to come.
And then 3 weeks later, he's like, okay, guys, I think I'm hooked. And this like cycle
Looking good,
continues
Jazz.
into like
Really think
years
so?
later. He's like, you know, finally cleaned
Thanks.
up and recovered from his like, you know, his little heroin
Thanks for
experiment,
having me
right? and,
I should be
and
thankful.
that's how I feel about
How's Randy?
kind of the mental
Still in the
effect of
hospital.
the involvement with
Still in shock.
leftism. People like
But he's making
people
progress.
need it, and it comes to justify
Haven't
their
had a
life in
chance
these
to tell you
incredible
just
ways.
how grateful I am.
And it's really just a disease.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
was all
Okay.
river.
So
I just
Does that concord with your experience in 2008? Is that roughly how you felt?
I just don't know.
I mean, it's interesting.
how
Well,
to repay
when
you.
in 2008,
If
I
Randy
mean, I
had-
was
don't owe
totally
me a
in it.
thing.
So I
Yeah, you were
definitely-
totally in it. So but you felt that
Thank you.
feeling that you feel when being in
Whoever's
it,
in the
like
backyard.
it mattered to you.
He couldn't
mattered
wait
to me.
see you
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. And what caused you to lose your faith?
I mean, it was a slow burn, but one of the major shifts for me was
Tomatoes are next.
after college. I moved to New York, and I was
Now
working
you
as an
can toss
actor
in the
in the
rice.
city, and I noticed that
Rice is in. Okay, now this has to bubble and brew.
woke politics and ideology slowly started to sort of incept the entire theater community.
Yes.
And
Grab a
and
chair.
I
And,
could see it.
beer
I could
or
see it
something
from a
else.
distance. I was like,
nice out
"Holy
here,
shit! A lot of these people I'm friends
Yeah.
with,
Seems
I
all
will
good.
not be friends with next year."
Nothing bad ever happened.
So I don't know. I think it's when
Tell
it
me
got
now
it
about
started to affect my personal life. Then I was like, "Okay, what is
Yeah.
this thing really?"
Yeah, right. And you have this sort of interesting correspondence between these kind of personal tropes and these
I'm still in
artistic
a
tropes,
coma.
right? You know, it's like my wife is, you know, was
strange slumber
kind of
between life and death.
peripherally involved in the
An empty
San
shell in
Francisco
hospital
theater
bed.
scene, and you know, even back when it
One
came
shot
out,
to the
when we
head.
went to see The Lives
Quick
of
and
Others.
clean.
I don't know if you've seen that film.
No.
It's
I
about
haven't
the East
seen
German
thought.
theater scene. But the thing is,
Don't be
not
so
only
easy.
it's reminiscent,
Press the gun to
unfortunately,
his
of the
head.
San Francisco theater scene
Remember
in
it's
two ways. Like the ideology is
River?
reminiscent, and also the plays are
My parents
reminiscent. So you know,
that's
it
the
causes
thing.
you to think that these might actually, in some way, be the same thing, right? You
Yeah.
know?
What?
Well, that's actually perfect because it was
man
like
had a
it
farm.
was like, okay,
Who cares
these
if he's
people, I don't want to hang
But
out with
when
these people
business
anymore,
took a turn.
and the shit that I'm auditioning for is not interesting. Like there's just a lot of
managed to open
a
small
lot of
grocery.
plays that
We lived on the floor above.
are
My wife's term is
A loud
race opera.
noise woke us one night.
There's a lot of race
Oh my
opera.
Register was empty, so they stormed upstairs.
I mean, a lot of race
Forced us
opera. I
all
mean, to
to
the point
kneel.
where basically, you know,
Demanded
if your
my dad
material
tell
does
him
not
where he hid the money. Mostly, I remember my ma crying when my dad swore they'd found all we had. One was gassed out of his mind. He fired first, Blew half my dad's skull off.
Jesus, River. I'm sorry.
He was erratic. Went rabid. Handed me his gun and ordered me to aim it at my mom's head. I can still see her tear-filled eyes at the end of that barrel to this day.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stood frozen. Finally, he just snatched the gun back. Shot my mother and they left. Police never caught him. That was why I joined the force. I couldn't agree with scum like that roaming free. No one to hunt him.
Was Joss there too? Saw all this?
I think when she looks at me, she still sees that boy holding a gun to her mom's head.
Can't tell you how sorry I am.
So when I stood over Harris in that hospital bed, barrel to his brow, I was that kid again. But I was also the junkie who shot my parents.
I understand.
I've ended a few lives in my time. But never like that. Never an execution. Slipped out of the hospital quick. Told myself the case was closed.
That's good. But what now? You're not going back to the PD.
PI has a nice ring to it. Who knows?
Uncle
We'll
River,
see.
you said you'd play with us.
You promised.
All right, all right. Let's go. V, join us?
What are we gonna play, Uncle River?
You'll see. Dorian, we're playing! Yeah, Big Trouble in Haywood. Grab your set.
Well, what do you think?
Always wanted to try a game like this.
Well, well. Nice firepower there.
This is no time to get distracted. We can't let that filth.
Who? Oh, well, look at you.
V, allow me to introduce Captain Joan McLean and Lieutenant Henry Callahan. They're our precinct's best and brightest. Wouldn't want to get in their way.
I always work alone. No exceptions. Even for you. Yeah, me too.
Ooh, I've heard of cops like you. The lone wolf type.
That's right. Thorns in their commander's side. Rebels who play by their own rules.
I've been suspended 1 time, retired 2 times, and kicked off the force 3 times. I'm getting too old for this. But something always drags you back. The city needs me.
Got a crash course? Anything I ought to know?
The entire city is sick with crime and corruption. Lawlessness rules the streets. And we're no saints either. Even the police are haunted by the sins of their past. But the city's without hope. No one else would ever dare face El Chamuco and Diablado. Oh, he's the worst. But I know we can beat him. The city's most evilest mastermind ever.
All right, let's get to it.
Right. All we gotta do is track down El Chamuco and Diablado and take out his lackeys along the way.
He'll pay for his crimes.
We'll play like 2 teams, us and the kids, but we work toward the same objective. The team with the best result wins.
You don't stand a chance.
Hey V, just go easy, okay? It's their favorite game.
Sure.
Just get him! The city's mine! You'll never take her from me!
He's fast, but not fast enough to escape justice. Watch out! It's close! Next round! This way. It must be their rat-infested hideouts. I could smell the moral decay from a mile off. Quiet. Too quiet.
It's a trap! They were waiting for us!
He's hit! He's hit! Ah! Behind us!
Not half bad.
That all you got?
Nuh-uh. Okay, that's all of them. But next time we gotta be faster. Out of the way, citizen. Obstruction justice is punishable by law. This is your last warning.
Easy there, Captain. I'm just passing through.
Take that! Too slow. Too many donuts. Don't
Not
charge
done
me,
yet.
Callahan. I can't afford to lose one of my best men. Don't worry about me.
Not half bad. Not half bad.
Too many donuts.
Not
Okay,
done
I
yet.
think we got them all. But it's not over yet.
Some last words?
Fine. Out with it, scumbag. I want to see you squirm.
No. Your last words.
Oh, come on. Another ambush?
Okay, so now.
Lunch is ready.
But Mom, you almost had him.
Oh, you'll get him next time.
At least we beat the grown-ups. We're the best.
Thanks for letting them win. They had fun.
Nah, they're great kids. It's no problem.
Seems they took a liking to you, too.
Hey, food's on the table. So, was your game fun?
Awesome! We kicked their big butts.
The bad guys?
Huh? Oh, yeah, the bad guys, too.
Time to see if this tastes as good as it smells.
Unemployment's being good to you. You seem good.
River's discovering the joys of family life.
That and police duty. Never a good mix. This here's a way to get some of those years back.
I haven't seen him this untroubled in a while. What about you, V? You got a family? Or just relations?
Used to be a nomad, but the family fell apart. Years ago, feels like.
Nothing's more important to me than my kids. I've made mistakes. Life's gone off the rails sometimes. But I had my kids. I got my kids.
Speaking of, be great if Randy was here.
Won't be long.
Randy loves jambalaya.
Joss, you see me being a parent ever?
I mean, I don't exactly look like good mom material myself, so...
Yes! Who says yes?
I do.
He raised his hand himself!
V, are you seeing someone? Involved? Fess up, please.
Well, that's decided.
Got an 11.99. Officer needs backup.
Come on, pull you out of this ambush. Thanks, Joss.
Yeah, thanks. Whew, situation was getting dicey.
That's what partners are for. You were about a hair's breadth away from having to look at photo albums.
You just getting out of doing the dishes. Admit it.
Also true, which gives us 2 reasons to go. Here we are.
What are we looking at?
A water tower. Great spot.
Great for what?
Having a drink, shooting the shit. This way. Oh, fuck. Gate's stuck again. Gotta fix it one of these days. Let me give you a boost. Climb over, open it from the other side.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Just push.
Ugh. Okay.
On our way. Area's not bad, actually. Unlikely to dazzle. Make a good first impression, though.
Certainly no Corpo Plaza.
No. But life's livable here. Know of worse places to raise kids.
Randy's problems with the law. Those didn't pop out of thin air.
True. But Randy takes after his old man. He'd find trouble in a nicer neighborhood, too. Apparently the worst city between the Atlantic and the Pacific. But I sure do love this view. Find it calming.
Yeah, I like where we are now. Right here. Outside looking in. Away from all the urban chaos. It reminds me a bit of home.
Got something for you.
Wow. What's the occasion?
Aiming to close a door. A stage of my life is done. This thing holds too many memories. Won't let me do that. It'll serve you better.
Thank you.
Just promise you won't blow your foot off.
Oddly specific request.
Josh's husband did it, drunk. This very spot.
Which made this your special spot. Family landmark?
Something of the kind. Now for the highlight of the evening. Up for a drink?
Something strong's sure to hit the spot.
Now that I understand.
To friendship.
To friendship.
You got any more of that?
2 bottles of whiskey and a case of beer ought to be enough.
We'll see about that.
Buckle your liver in. Gonna be a long night and a longer morning. Now, where did I put that? Colonizing the moon, and there's still no cure for hangovers.
Well, at least we had fun yesterday.
Yeah. But now I gotta roll. Promise Josh. I'd take her to see Randy. No rush either. Get your sea legs back. Take as much time as you need.
Sure you're good to drive?
Please. Former NCPD. I'm a pro on Hangover Highway. Be fine.
Tell Randy, hey.
Will do. See you later, V.
Entirely sure. But maybe it gives you direct instructions
Yes.
from the big guy. You know, the
20%. 20% would do it.
20%, right? So this is a very, or lets him communicate with you directly. I don't know. You know, it's like that line in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas: "Say whatever you want, buddy. You're 500 feet tall," right? You know, it lets him say whatever he wants to the people who actually support him, or at least the people who actually support him enough that you want to know what he has to hear on a regular basis. But what percentage of his voters are that? 20%. This is ridiculously low engagement. weak engagement. It's large numbers of engagement, but it's very, very low engagement with the whole system. And people are participating in this system and imagining this system as though it was 1937. You know, I mean, and even when you look at like political street violence, okay, do we have political street violence today? Yes. Was there political street violence in Berlin in 1931? Yes, there was. However, in Berlin in 1931, it was like one person a day was killed in the streets, right? I mean, it was just at a completely different level. Small wonder, because you had all these like blood-hardened World War I veterans, right? Even watch the videos of these things. These guys are pussies. They'll like mace each other from the distance, you know, like they don't even want to really fight.
The Antifa.
Yeah.
Is it correct to say it's Antifa? What's the other side? Do they have an organizing name? The Proud Boys?
No, that's not that's a single group.
Yeah, that's like a one little thing.
You know, the problem is I can't really think off the top of my head of a name which has the appropriate quality of neutrality for which a student of history should search. Therefore, I'm going to decline answering your question. Maybe I could come up with one if I fucking thought about it. You know, but yeah,
That's
I mean,
that's a pull quote right there. That's a pull
there you go. But who would pull it and why? You know, but yeah, I mean, that's like when you think about, you know, politics in this world, you're clearly halfway to the incredibly prescient vision of Mike Judge in President Camacho, and I mean, that was just a brilliant moment, right? And you're clearly like, you have to remember that 50 years ago, 100 years ago, certainly, the presidency was this quasi-sacred institution, and it commanded sort of enormous respect. And, you know, for people basically to look at, you know, the Nixon administration and be like, holy shit, the president might have lied to us, you know, like, was just this revelation, like the idea that it would be like the Pope lying to you. You know, it would be like the Pope is screwing your wife. It's unthinkable, you know, and
what a different time.
And what a different time, right? And today it's just like, oh, this is like this like random, you know, and Trump has done so much to desacralize this institution in a way that will never allow it to be sacralized again, especially when we have to sort of revere this kind of decidedly material character of the Biden-Harris administration, which sort of can't be, you know, you might remember when Obama was described as the light worker, right? And
that was on purpose.
I didn't practice that, but you might remember when Obama was described as the light worker, and you know, much respect as I have for old China Joe, I don't think that anyone is going to call him the light worker.
I'm younger than you, and I'm a little embarrassed to say that when Barack Obama was elected in 2008, I think I cried. I was like 13.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. It was like the world was like, you know, it was like the way I felt when the Soviet Union fell. You know, it was just like the world was going to become something beautiful, right? And you felt that sense of that sort of warm glow of beauty, like suffused everything. Like it was just so. It's like, you know, like I mean, the way to think about it is like being a heroin addict who's not on heroin anymore, you know. And these people are like, I don't know the feeling, but these people are like, yeah, I was like, you know, the first time I did heroin. There's this amazing, to detour into, there's this amazing Reddit phenomenon, which is this account called Spontaneous H, where he was like, basically, his first post ever on Reddit is just like, yeah, you know, my life was getting boring, so I decided I was going to do some drugs. I went like down to the corner, and I was going to buy some weed, but the guy didn't have any weed, but he had heroin, so I thought I'd buy some heroin, you know, instead. I'm going to try. I'm going to snort a little. And then, you know, the next day he's like, wow, that was like 10 hours of like perfect pure orgasm. And then 3 weeks later, he's like, okay, guys, I think I'm hooked. And this like cycle continues until like years later, he's like, you know, finally cleaned up and recovered from his like, you know, his little heroin experiment, right? And that's how I feel about kind of the mental effect of the involvement with leftism. People people need it, and it comes to justify their life in these incredible ways, and it's really just a disease.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So,
does that concord with your experience in 2008? Is that roughly how you felt?
I mean, it's interesting. Well, when in 2008, I mean, I was totally in it. So I definitely...
you were totally in it. So but you felt that feeling that you feel when being in it, like it mattered to you.
It mattered to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And what caused you to lose your faith?
I mean, it was a slow burn, but one of the major shifts for me was after college. I moved to New York, and I was working as an actor in the city, and I noticed that woke politics and ideology slowly started to sort of incept the entire theater community. And I could see it. I could see it from a distance. I was like, holy shit, a lot of these people I'm friends with, I will not be friends with next year. So I don't know. I think it's when it started to affect my personal life. Then I was like, okay, what is this thing really?
Yeah, right. And you have this sort of interesting correspondence between these kind of personal tropes and these artistic tropes, right? You know, it's like my wife was kind of peripherally involved in the San Francisco theater scene, and even back when it came out, when we went to see The Lives of Others, I don't know if you've seen that film.
No.
It's about the East German theater scene. But the thing is, not only it's reminiscent, unfortunately, of the San Francisco theater scene in two ways. Like, the ideology is reminiscent, and also the plays are reminiscent. It causes you to think that these might actually in some way be the same thing, right? You know?
Well, that's actually perfect, because it was like okay, these people, I don't want to hang out with these people anymore, and the shit that I'm auditioning for is not interesting. Like, there's just a lot of plays that are...
My wife's term is race opera. There's a lot of race opera. I mean, a lot of race opera. I mean, to the point where basically, if your material does not contain any race opera, people will wonder why that is.
Some race opera?
And they'll probably be theater scene, and even back when it came out. Yeah. And what caused you to lose your faith?
I mean, it was a slow burn, but one of the major shifts for me was after college. I moved to New York, and I was working as an actor in the city, and I noticed that woke politics and ideology slowly started to sort of incept the entire theater community. And I could see it. I could see it from a distance. I was like, holy shit, a lot of these people I'm friends with, I will not be friends with next year. So I don't know. I think it's when it started to affect my personal life. Then I was like, okay, what is this thing really?
Yeah, right. And you have this sort of interesting correspondence between these kind of personal tropes and these artistic tropes, right? It's like my wife was kind of peripherally involved in the San Francisco theater scene, and even back when it came out, when we went to see The Lives of Others, I don't know if you've seen that film.
No.
It's about the East German theater scene. But the thing is, not only it's reminiscent, unfortunately, of the San Francisco theater scene in two ways. Like, the ideology is reminiscent, and also the plays are reminiscent. It causes you to think that these might actually in some way be the same thing, right?
Well, that's actually perfect, because it was like okay, these people, I don't want to hang out with these people anymore, and the shit that I'm auditioning for is not interesting. Like, there's just a lot of plays that are...
My wife's term is race opera. There's a lot of race opera. I mean, a lot of race opera. I mean, to the point where basically, if your material does not contain any race opera, people will wonder why that is.
Some race opera?
And they'll probably be right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually when I started podcasting. I was like, I need to find more friends. Like, who are my people now? And so I turned to the very online world of Twitter.
Right. Which is a fascinating world, and but not really. I don't think has huge potential to establish itself as a country. And,
Fair.
Especially, given that if it were a country, it would be, a country with a lot of unexplained mysterious disappearances in the middle of the night. And
exactly.
I'm sure that's the country some people would like to live in, but they would be crying very loudly if it was happening to them.
Yeah. And, Even the derogatory terms that are thrown around, like blue checks. Mm-hmm. Those blue checks. Yeah, interesting dynamic on Twitter.
It is. Do you tweet under your own name or under a pseudonym? Or both?
I have my name on Twitter is Colin of Zion, so it's not it's not my first and last name, but my face is on there. Like I don't really give a shit. I'm not writing super controversial dissident stuff. I'm talking to those sorts of people, but I don't really have that's not really what I'm doing on Twitter.
You can ask me whatever you want to ask me, but it's certainly interesting that you're into the arts, and I do notice that a lot of you're seeing that there are a lot of situations in the arts where it was possible to ignore this stuff or to sort of work around it 5 or 10 years ago, where it's really not, and you really have to be someone who's making a really constant confession of faith to basically kind of continue in any kind of conventional artistic career. Is that too strongly put, or maybe not strongly enough?
No, I think that's about right. I mean, I haven't been working as an actor for a few years now, so I haven't been following the scene as closely. But I mean, add a fucking global pandemic on top of that, and add a global pandemic for the stage actors, and add AI for screen actors, and like it's just it's not looking good.
Would you agree or disagree with the the diagnosis that kind of all these art scenes really need to be rebuilt kind of from scratch, from end to end?
They definitely need to be rebuilt from scratch, and
from film school to production financing is someone I know said.
Yeah. There was this really wonderful play I saw in New York called Mr. Burns, the post-electric play, and it was the show opened at during some version of the apocalypse. So there's just these group of people sitting around a campfire. There are people on the edges, sort of keeping guard, and this trope continues as they're carrying on a conversation. Every once in a while, someone will try and think of a scene from The Simpsons. And they'll do a little bit. They'll remember the scene from The Simpsons. And so it's them kind of recalling the art that meant something to them, and the thing that they could kind of connect around. And
wow, that sounds almost like that's like very Beckett, that's
yeah. So they could like perform a little scene together, and then the next act was, I think, maybe 80 years in the future, and it was like full-blown Mad Max, and performing The Simpsons became like a type of currency almost. Like if you could perform a full bit from an episode, like you were welcomed in by a certain community. Right. It like had this sort of cultural cachet.
And this was quality Simpsons material. Simpsons material from like the best.
Yeah, exactly. And then the final act was like, I think the final act was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. But it was some unknown time in the future, and it was this like it was this epic kind of Greek opera type thing, but they were all Simpsons characters.
Right. No, that's I mean, clearly it must be pretty hard to work race opera into something like that.
Yeah.
And, as it should be, right?
It was like culture opera. It was a really well done play.
Yes. And but the thing is, of course, that play is competing with a lot of other plays that really are meant to change the world in a positive sense and kind of shine a light on the problems of the underprivileged. And so, by privileging Mr. Burns, you can see right away why you're privileging. Aren't there other characters on The Simpsons that could be privileged here? And what does that say, right?
And come to think of it, I don't think Apu played a role in that show.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, it starts to be a situation where if you're on all of these things, any play that is ever produced is picked by a committee. If it's something that you're afraid to praise in front of a committee because there's one or even two people who will engage in a discourse like the one I just pretended to start, you're just like, fuck, I'm not going to go there, right?
Yeah.
And so that has, sort of a very relatively subtle effect, but basically when you look at the effect of that filter across all of media, the filter which used to be nothing against the power is now everything for the power, which is kind of the next stage of a totalizing political environment that we're heading to.
When danger lurks,
how do you see the arts
trauma team will be
being rebuilt? What crevices or cracks do you see it flourishing in the current system?
Well, there's I mentioned the niche, publisher, which was the, of course, not the only reason I could read Fustel de Coulanges.
Let's start this rodeo.
I found out about Fustel de Coulanges. It's relatively easy to do work. It's never relatively easy to be a publisher, but it is certainly possible to be a small publisher and sell shit over the internet. Now, is there a world where Amazon is like, no, we don't know what's in these fucking old books people are reading. Apparently they have all kinds of racist shit, so we're just not gonna engage in that business. You'll have to buy them in like pieces of brown paper, behind the casino somewhere. That's a possible future in which it becomes much more difficult to do these things. I'm not sure, the system has that kind of energy. On the other hand, it has sort of more intellectual vitality than, say, Czechoslovakia in the 70s or something, right? A lot of people still believe it, which is not really true. I think the Biden-Harris administration will do a really great job with that. I'm looking forward to it.
Here's a quick reminder that I would die and will die for Biden.
Yeah, there you go. But the thing is, you may worry that you're the only one. Just as you step out to die for Biden, just take kind of a quick look to the right and to the left, because like it's heroic to die, at the head of an army, but
get the fuck out of my sight.
But we appreciate the point. We could start the Die for Biden Society. Actually, one of the memes I was thinking of, maybe you can spread this meme a little more widely. One of the memes I was thinking of spreading was actually the meme of Based Biden. And the idea of the Based Biden meme is you basically take the Onion's Diamond Joe meme, and the problem is Diamond Joe is in our past, and now he's China Joe, and China Joe is kind of this old mumbling old guy who's been stuffed into his adult diaper in the wrong way, right? And so you have, you're basically like, okay, we elected Joe Biden. We elected Joseph R. Biden, not say China Joe on the ballot. We elected young Biden, Based Biden. So the thing is, is there a lot of footage of Biden from the 70s saying 70s kinds of things? We know about his come to the busing, for example. He said that, right? What was he actually feeling when he said that?
Good, Rudy. Go.
No, but the thing is, we have all these great clips. Let's just assume, because he's our leader, that what he says.
Halfway there, B.
So,
Get a grip, for fuck's sake.
So, young Biden, Base Biden.
What the hell was that, Lisa?
But we want Base Biden back. So somewhere in the archives of some Delaware local TV station, right, there must be hours and hours of reels and reels of like Super 8 footage, VHS footage of Base Biden. Okay, that's the material we should be seeking, not like the signatures on the fucking ballots or whatever, right? You know, so we want, you know, the Mueller report, whatever. We want Base Biden unleashed. That's kind of our first command. Secondly, when we imagine this figure of Base Biden, you know, he becomes a mythic figure. He becomes, you know, Diamond Joe, right? And
wait, you're gonna have to, you know, tell me what Diamond Joe is. I missed this.
This is, you missed the Onion memes. Go back and read. The Onion stopped doing this in like 2019. But basically, they started with this piece about Joe Biden without his shirt on washing his Trans Am, and basically created this image of like Joe Biden as this swinging player, right? Yeah. You know, and whose nickname was Diamond Joe, right? You know, and this was a great figure. But the thing is, you know, Diamond Joe was never thought of. He had a swagger, you know. Did he drive fast in his Trans Am? Yes, you know, but was he politically incorrect? No. But the thing is, you know, when you combine the real Base Biden with the image of this like Burt Reynolds, like just like, you know, guy who wears his shirts half open and washes his Trans Am, you know, and you have a beautiful picture. And you know, the thing is, you know, is this the picture of a real person? But is it the picture of the leader we should have? That we can believe in? Is it like, and so it can really serve the same role as God Emperor Trump, right? And so the thing is, as a completely mythic image that has nothing to do with reality. And then you basically say, okay, well, in fact, you know, and here the mythos becomes even more complex, because, you know, what you learn about Base Biden is that he's there, he's in there, and actually the Biden you see on TV is double. Because they actually can't show you the real Biden yet, because his youthful appearance would be too shocking. He's been drugged, he's had the Regeneron, he's had all this stuff, right? And so actually, we're bringing back, you know, they are bringing back right now, with the, you know, possibly with the assistance of you, they're bringing back Base Biden, right? And so, you know, what's going to happen is this doddering old double, you know, with the lines of his adult diapers clearly visible in the suit, is going to deliver the inaugural address. But behind, he's not the real Biden. The real Biden is lifting. The real Biden's growing
15 seconds. Last
right?
chance,
And so, you know, what we're going to see is, you know, it's like Q, but even better, because the Q is, you know, the secret figure is now actually himself. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see occasionally hints of the power of the real Biden. You know, little winks, like Twitter comments, right? You know, that you can kind of interpret in that way, in that classic QAnon way, right? You know, he'll show these kind of hints of his new power. And of course, then you're going to see this real conflict between the real President Biden, who of course is just a puppet, you know, in the hands of Base Biden.
Wilson.
This is double. But you know, he's going to have this conflict with the real Antifa on the streets, right? You know, there's going to be this actual civil war between the center left and the left, because why shouldn't there be, right? So actually, in this combat, basically, you actually have a dog in this fight, and your dog is President Biden.
So Joseph R. Biden is not a puppet of the deep state. He's a puppet of based Biden.
No. Yeah, exactly. This is just a pretense, right? You know, Q helped set this up, and then quit, and now it's all up to Base Biden, right? So.
Oh my God. Yeah. I like where your head's at. I can tell you're having fun, and that feels important.
You okay?
I'm not sure if my Base Biden dream has legs, but I thought I'd just put it out there.
Thank you.
And sell a goddamn thing. Nothing.
It's the only way to start something. And you know, you and I. I mean, this is. I'm glad that I went. I didn't know this was
something you gotta respect.
Don't know how to shoot. Don't do it. I feel like
I'm a white knight. I'm a white knight for Joe Biden. Yeah,
exactly. China Joe, if you're listening,
Okay, China Joe. Let's talk about China Joe.
Let's talk about China Joe.
We've discussed base Biden. We're all hoping that it manifests in some capacity. China Joe. So we all kind of have a sense of where China Joe came from. What are the implications moving forward of China Joe?
What are the implications moving forward of China Joe? The implications moving forward with China Joe is that basically, he's this figure that stands in front of a certain generation of Washington whiz kids. And so, you see guys like Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, or you see, the sort of various competition, like, if you go, the best way to understand China Joe is to understand his Rolodex. And his Rolodex well, he doesn't deal with people Hunter deals with, like Jesus Christ, right? His Rolodex does not extend to foreign countries because China Joe is a good man, and a patriotic American need. I mean, in case there's a question of this, right? We call him China Joe because he's the man who will tame the growing power of China. Right, and the way in which he does this is he pretends to be their stooge, right? But actually, in the contest between Premier Xi and China Joe, it is China Joe who
pretends.
I'm just telling you these facts. I shouldn't be telling you this. In any case, also he speaks perfect Chinese. Nobody knows this. So, in any case.
Stop trying to meme this into reality.
It won't work. I can tell you that. I love forcing memes. It's really, it's the only thing to do. But where were we? What was your question again, Colin?
The implications of China Joe.
The implications of China Joe. The implications of China Joe are that you have basically a group of people who think they are big things in Washington. They are in fact big things in Washington. These people are aged between 40 and 65 roughly, and
there's
they
a
are
gun
the people
store.
that you will appoint to these jobs.
Is that
right?
it?
So
oh, that's
mostly what the election of the president.
There's a contest here.
And sort of tangibly and in practice is what are called Schedule C jobs, Cs. There's a list of these jobs, which is called, completely unironically, the plum vote. As in these are literally plums, right? So essentially, the reason, you may think that when you vote for China Joe or Donald Trump or whoever you're voting for, you're voting for policies, but more importantly, you're just simply voting for whichever set of motherfuckers jobs. And so the question is, what are the immediate consequences of putting China?
I have money.
The immediate consequences of these are the people who will get these jobs and sort of what these jobs will do. And the people who will get these jobs are all basically, either one of two things. They are either experienced insiders or they're people that are maybe a little wacky but know how to stay out of the way. And
oh no.
What will happen in a Biden administration principally is that the executive branch, or as some call it, the deep state, will no longer be at war with the White House. Mm-hmm. And therefore the White House is there to guide them, often to restrain them, often to hold them back from the crazy shit they want to do in the agencies. The White House is there to guide and restrain. And so what you see is you're going to see a lot of sort of continuity in policy where that continuity is clashing against the reality of the Trump administration. And the Trump administration was just causing trouble and fucking with shit in various ways and being a huge fucking pest. And really the knife that FDA stuck in his back was just that was the deep state's payback, right? Yes, we're gonna fucking delay your fucking vaccine because fuck you until after the election because fuck you, as Carl Schmitt put it, the sovereign is whoever has the power.
Pause.
Fuck you. And you know what? His luck ran out. And so, you know, what you have is basically people who are, you know, true believers in the mission of every agency are going to fill the ranks of the official political appointees in that agency. Their job as political appointees is basically to make sure those agencies run smoothly and like liaise with the White House, and otherwise just not be a problem. Nobody needs sketchies, right? And you know, the whole political apparatus is completely unnecessary for the functioning of Washington, and generally has very little effect on it. And so, you know, what you're essentially saying is, you know, one of the reasons that why I think we're all so pro-Biden here is that, in a way, the Trump administration, you know how you read these like newspaper articles that would talk about, you know, Trump has a fight with his own bureaucrats, his own appointees, right? His own agency, right? Trump is going against, like, as if this was in any sense other than like a completely formal and symbolic sense his. Right, and of course there's no like such connection, right? And of course everyone knows like he's there to drain the swamp.
This is a Norfolk, as you can see.
The swamp, and yet, you know, it's sort of supposedly his. So in a way, when you elect Donald Trump, you're electing this kind of lie, and it's sort of up to this contradiction to resolve itself. Either the government, he will become in a sense a real president, and the government will actually, in a sense, belong to him and answer to him, which involves an inconceivable level of increase in his powers, like orders of magnitude, certainly, like maybe even orders of magnitude of orders of magnitude, like a lot.
If he decided to play ball, his powers would.
No, if he somehow became CEO of the government and his powers were the powers of FDR, you're talking an increase. You know, if he's just like, okay, hey, you know what? I'm just going to tell, you know, the FDA what to do. You know, that's a completely different world from the world that we live in. And so those were roughly the powers of FDR, right? So, or the powers of Stalin, for that matter, right? So the thing is, the difference between those things is a difference of orders of magnitude. And so, in a sense, that difference, although it remains as some power, it remains a quantitative rather than a qualitative difference. The quantity is so great that it becomes a quality. And so it is really more correct to think of the U.S. president as, you know, I call it the Elizabeth test. Are you more like Elizabeth I or Elizabeth II? Right? And how far are we from, in these elections, from electing Elizabeth II? Well, if we elected Elizabeth I, it's pretty puzzling why, like, the only record of the fact that we elected this mighty despot is like this like half-finished fence on the border, right? And you know, I mean, it's obvious, right? You know, which of these endpoints you're closer to, even sort of exponential, right? And you're a lot closer to zero if Elizabeth II is 1. If Elizabeth I is 1 and Elizabeth II is 0, you're a hell of a lot closer to 0 than to 1. Mm-hmm. And it's not like 0.2 closer, it's like 0.0002 closer, right? And of course, you know, what helps disguise that in this very Orwellian sense is simply this language we talk about, you know, what does it mean to have Donald Trump in power? Well, he's certainly in 0.01% of power, if that's what you mean, right? And that also means that you, the voter, have 0.1% of the power that you thought you had when you were walking down the polls. Imagine if you went to the grocery store to get a gallon of milk, but you came home with a teaspoon, right? You know, that's quite a difference. And so, you know, that, in addition to the sort of President Camacho kind of behavior, like the desacralization of the office, its loss of sort of actual power and meaning, and then, you know, electing these ridiculous characters to it. And the thing is that, you know, like, we know, I mean, if we actually thought that the double who pretends to be China Joe was the real man, we would say that there was this like decrepit Brezhnev-like figure with the charisma of a potato you know, in front of our screen for the next 4 years, representing the spirit of the nation. You know, and then backing him up is basically a female law enforcement officer, and not Hercule Poirot either, but, you know, maybe someone who, you know, does office work. I don't know. Like, it's just not, the charisma is not there. And so, like, when you have, like, you know, Lady Low-Level Cop and Brezhnev representing the face, doing the job of Elizabeth II, it's sort of disturbing and weird. How do these people even pretend that they're Elizabeth I? And so how do you sort of pretend that this is the Biden administration rather than the Swamp administration? Well, you know, it seems to me to be obviously the Swamp administration, and, you know, whoever is basically in front of that camera means very, very little. And that's one of the reasons why, essentially, you know, what we're doing when we support Joe Biden, not only are we supporting the real mastermind behind all of this, Based Biden, you know, we're supporting, you know, we're supporting the truth, because basically, you know, you've taken this mirage in which you can say, I'm resisting, you know, the Trump, right? I'm resisting Trump Hitler. I'm part of the resistance, you know, and it lets every, you know, middle-aged wine aunt in America pretend that she's almost literally part of the French resistance. You know, she's like rescuing down flyers, you know, and like hiding them in her root cellar, you know, and who is this person in reality? She's someone who like reads the New Yorker, you know, at least sometimes, and certainly subscribes to it. And, you know, and she's part of the French resistance. This is incredible. And now, you know, suddenly this figure on her screen after this glorious, amazing victory, you know, remember how you expected the world to change with Obama, right? After this glorious victory, you know, the figure on her screen is replaced by China Joe, who's been stuffed backwards into an adult diaper, and, you know, can barely, I mean, did you hear the speech he gave the other day? The man could barely talk. And I mean, and this is just like suddenly, instead of having this sort of lie about what this country is represented by this symbolic quasi-sacral figure, instead of, you know, the regime is represented by this figure that perfectly symbolizes what it really is. And how do you, once you were into the resistance, now, okay, you can't resist Trump anymore because he's, you know, probably in jail somewhere, who the fuck knows. You know,
what's going to happen to that guy? Is he going to be in jail? Is he going to be dead, or is he going to have? I think
he's going to be in Twitter jail. Twitter jail may happen to Donald Trump. Yeah. That would be the start. You know, but, you know, how do you go from being the resistance? What do you even call yourself? The support? I mean, the like.
Well, it seems like it seems like this sort of caricature or character of the wine ant that you've created here.
I did not create the character of the wine ant.
Okay, I know. The one that you articulated.
Yes.
No longer being the resistance and having the identity kind of dissolve into what used to, or what feels like normal, it is probably the relief that they're looking for. Like,
it's a relief
not having an identity attached.
But they're also coming down, right? You know, like the experience of Trump has been so intoxicating for these people. It's been like a drug, and suddenly they're off the drug, and like life is just very, very cool.
He's a psycho.
You know, it's like this like feeling of just very bad feeling of sobriety that nobody should have to experience. You know, and here they are basically like they've been like high has become normal for them. Like they need like this feeling of like, you know, okay, you know, I'm gonna work on, you know, my latest real estate campaign from like 9 in the morning to 12:30, and then from like 12:30 to 1:30, I'm gonna browse the internet and be in the French resistance and rescue down flyers, and then after that, I'm gonna go and work on the new corporate marketing campaign, right? Well, and like that's part of their day.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's not as big as being part of the resistance against Trump.
But they don't think like that. They don't see it. They don't.
Resistance against people that don't wear masks.
Did they ask themselves? They ask themselves.
You know,
Am
being
I
irresponsible
hypocritical?
to,
And then
public safety.
just shove
You know,
that thought and
It's so much weaker
go
though.
to
It's so
sleep.
much
Yeah.
less sexy. Like, you know, like how was
I'm
there
not gonna
really? I
worry
mean,
about it.
it's just sort of this pure. So much of Trump hatred, and I think this is poorly recognized, so much of Trump hatred comes out of fear. It's really based on fear. You can take these kind of people's ideology and kind of reverse project it back on them. And the fear of the American, you know, the fear of any ruling class, like the nobles at Burning Man, you can't help but realize when you're part of a ruling class what a small number of people you are. And there's something deep in the human psyche that says, that sort of understands like majorities and minorities, and that feels that when it's in the minority, it becomes very, very likely to simply be butchered in its sleep. And you know, because that's sort of historically the way these creatures behave, right? And so it feels uncomfortable about that. And the feeling of the American left has always been, you know, the sort of mores of the American left have been much the same for the whole 20th century. And so if you want to find people who basically act and think like a normal college student today, but 100 years ago, where do you find these people? You know, you find them in like Greenwich Village. You know, you find them in, you know, certain parts of Boston, you know, maybe DC. You find a very small number of these people, but they're of the highest possible society. And you know, this was such a small number of people that, you know, the world didn't the normie world didn't even really know it existed at a certain level. And now the set of people who sort of inherited these folkways, which are the sort of historic folkways of the American aristocratic left, are basically everywhere. They have no idea where these folkways came from. You really have to be a historian to know even like the origin of the term progressive, right?
Where did that come from?
I mean, you know, if you read the Venona dispatches, which are the letters, the secret messages sent to Stalin by American spies in America, and if you look at the way they use the word progressive, they basically just use it to mean communist, or at least fellow communist collaborator, fellow traveler. That's certainly the way my grandparents, who were used it. My grandparents were American communists. You know, I believe they were actually party members between probably the 20s and the 70s. So maybe they ate him more my grandfather than my grandmother. My grandmother was kind of the serious Puritan kind of communist, even though she was Jew. But maybe they even had cards. I don't know. But the thing is that, you know, there's this whole sort of set of attitudes. People have no idea sort of where it comes from, how deep it is, and how deeply connected with the aristocracy is. And so, you know, I would go to, like, speaking of my communist grandparents, I'd like, you know, I remember when I was a very small kid, I would go, like, visited some friend of theirs that lived in Manhattan. They were in Great Neck. I'm like, why am I in this huge apartment in Manhattan with a 200 square foot bay window overlooking Central Park? How does my grandfather, who worked in the garment industry in Brooklyn all of his life, meet a person who has this thing, right? I'll give you one guess, right? And so, you know, the thing is that for these people who were, you know, talented and interesting people in their own ways, but were from basically this like shit tier community of like Brooklyn garment Jews, you know, for them to be part of this thing provided an enormous amount of meaning to their lives, a level of meaning that, you know, the most ardent environmentalists today cannot possibly imagine. Enormous amount of meaning and an enormous amount of social status, because they were basically socializing with people like 3 tiers above them, because they had essentially adopted the taboo, but very much the sort of social and ideological codes of the highest stratum in American society. We're talking society with a capital S, like social register society. Do you know what that social register is?
No.
Database of the American hereditary aristocracy. Most people don't even know it exists. And it's like the American, like Burke's Peerage, or what's the European one? Encyclopedia of Gotha, you know, something of Gotha, right? And Almanac de Gotha, and yeah, you know, like, yeah, you know, most people don't even know this exists. You probably heard of Who's Who in America, right? You know, but that's like merit-based, not society-based, right? So the thing is that most Americans don't even realize that essentially American communism has always been the ideology of the ruling class. Like, they have no conception of this fact, which is just fucking crazy, right? Meanwhile, when you look at it from the perspective of the ruling class, you know, let's say you look at it in the 40s and 50s. Okay, we can measure like how many real communists are in America by how many people voted for the Progressive Party candidate Henry Wallace in 1948, because at that point there had been a split in what was called the Popular Front between the communists and basically the Republicans, who of course had been completely and perfectly aligned from like 1941 to 1945 for obvious reasons. So the Popular Front, you know, splits, and we get to see how many people want to vote for Henry Wallace instead of voting for Harry Truman, who was like this like Confederate Democrat, another extremist, who was a complete no. And the answer wasn't precisely because he was complete no. Well, the answer was, I think, between like 1 and 2 million votes was how many Henry Wallace got. That's a very small amount by the standards of even a 1940s presidential election, but it's actually a rather large number if you think about it. Imagine if like that number of people were willing to vote for like an alt-right presidential candidate. You know, they might actually, and that would scare the piss out of people. And that's basically how a lot of people felt about Henry Wallace, but that's sort of how big that world is. Well, when you're a world of that size, moreover, you're a world of that size, and suddenly you find yourself being demonized by the masses, maybe almost as hard, and with the collaboration of the liberals who've now turned on you and are basically letting the peasants assault you with their pitchforks. And you're 2% of the population, and basically you're the enemy in this war that is being fought right now in Korea, and you are blamed for basically everything that is wrong with the country, and including its imminent destruction in nuclear fire. Right? You know, this is what it's like to be a progressive in like the 1950s. So this is a very scarring experience for American progressives because, you know, as I think a movie once said, you know what it feels like to be hunted. Well, you know, these motherfuckers know what it feels like to be hunted, being humans and, you know, the savage blood-toothed ape, they know what it is like to hunt. And, you know, they're the ones doing the hunting right now, but they have this whole mythos in which they're being hunted. And they have this whole mythos in which it's still the 1950s. You'll notice, for example, the use of this term white supremacist, which no one has used to describe themselves for 60 years.
I fucking saved after this bullshit and it didn't say. Piece of shit.
Right? But, like, you know, this is a mysterious, like, you know, imagine, I mean, at least when people were hunting communists, they were
I saw the orange item
that called themselves
and I saved.
Now
and it didn't
you have
fucking
this question
save.
of like, oh, here's this word. What does this word even mean? And of course the boundaries of the word keep expanding, right? And the boundaries of the word are also suspiciously shaped like the political enemies of power. They have this wonderful thing that's going on in Venezuela where they passed these. I was just reading about this in the New York Times of all places. They passed these hate speech laws as well that are basically just, here's how we outlaw our political enemies. So anyone who basically does, you know, in the classic sort of dissident manner, anyone, you know, like a classic 20th century totalitarian dictatorship, anyone who the government wants to just throw in a hole is accused and tried for, quote, hate speech. Right? and they make there's absolutely no pretense about it. And they don't even, like, other than sort of using this word that they got from the north, they don't even bother to disguise what it is. We're not there yet. And hopefully we won't be. But we're, you know, are we on the way there? Well, objectively, yes, I would have to say yes. Right? And so, you know, you're looking at to go back to your question of what does the installation of Joe Biden do? What the installation of China Joe does is it basically says, okay, you know, first of all, you've gone from asking all the housewives to read the New Yorker to be sycophants of China Joe, maybe even the way that they were the sycophants of Obama. You can't even do those Obama things. You can't even go write the light worker piece 700 times, right? You can't sell that. You can't sell the resistance to Trump because, come on, he's gone. Can you sell conspiracy theories? Yes, you can always sell, you know, the invisible white conspiracy or whatever. That's a perennial one, right? You know, like you can sell that. You know, but even that gets kind of stale.
Well, I feel like the pandemic kind of Great Reset storyline is going to play prominent.
But that's the vaccine now. That's going to end soon, right? The Great Reset is ridiculous. It's like, you know, the button isn't even hooked up to anything. Who gets reset? Who like, which processes cease to exist? Like, you know, when you press a reset button on a computer, I don't know if you're familiar with what happens. Basically, you know, as a computer scientist, let me explain this to you. You know, your Great Reset, right? You've got two things in a computer. You've got hardware and you got software. When you press the reset, you've basically got two brains in the computer, the hard brain and the soft brain. When you press the reset button, which old computers used to have, they used to actually have this big red reset button on the phone next to the turbo button. Is this treatment working? And but when you press the red reset button on a classic 1980s PC, or now when you just, you know, turn it off, which isn't really off, you're destroying the whole soft memory. You're wiping out all of these institutions. You know, and of course, basically,
so it's just bad marketing on their part.
Well, you know, one thing that we can do while we're supporting base Biden is we can have the cult of Klaus Schwab. I don't know if you know who Klaus Schwab is.
Yeah.
He's the leader of the World Economic Forum. He's amazing. I would love to meet Klaus Schwab. Klaus, if you're out there, I would love to meet you.
Klaus, I would love for you to come on this podcast.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Ideally, we would have a three-way conversation with me, Klaus Schwab, and Werner Herzog. You know, and Werner, if you're listening, you know, in any case, when we look at Klaus Schwab's plan for a Great Reset, you know, it's just like Joseph R. Biden. All we have to do is take it seriously. And, you know, let's have a Great Reset. Now, what does it mean to wipe out all of the RAM, all of the soft memory? What is the soft memory of, you know, what is the equivalent of like a long-running process in the operating system of a sovereign state? A long-running process that vanishes into like a sea of bits which are now all zero, which used to sparkle with life. That is what happens when you press the reset button. Everything goes away, everything changes. And then when your computer boots back up, what is it doing? It's building back better, right? And so the thing is, if we really want to build back better, it's not so much that we drain the swamp, is that, you know, even the concept, there's no swamp, there's just a river that was there once, right? It's a complete reset, it's a complete erasure of all of these systems. You know, how can you call something a Great Reset and yet, you know, the Department of Education survives it, right? What is the Department of Education but like a long-running kernel process? You know, this is something that's been sitting around in RAM. It was launched into RAM in the 70s. You know, literally someone hit return and started that process in the 1970s. No one has thought about why it's running since then. Why do we have who goes to federal schools? Nobody, right? Why do we have a Department of Education? So, like, if we're really doing a reset, like, you're not even doing a reset. You're doing this like fake reset thing where you like save all the processes to your hard disk and then, you know, sort of boot them back up again as like living core files. No, that's not a real reset. A real reset is basically you turn your computer off and back on again. Everything in RAM is gone, and all the hardware is still there. You're not killing any people, right? That's horrifying. No, it's for the people. But the thing is, the RAM is gone. All of the institutions are gone. You know, but if the Department of Education doesn't survive the Great Reset, you know, what other department should? What other piece of paper should? Surely the pieces of paper are RAM. So like it all goes.
Okay, Klaus, if you're listening,
Klaus, if you are listening,
let's say Curtis Yarvin would be willing to stand over your shoulder and whisper in your ear like worm tongue. Curtis, what should Klaus hear? What does he need to hear about building back better?
What Klaus needs to hear about building back better is that there's only one way to build back better, which is from a clean slate. And so when you build from a clean slate, you basically examine, for example, one way to think about building from a clean slate is, Klaus, being from South may be familiar with the actions of the Allied military government in Germany in 1945. And they were building from a clean slate in several respects. First of all, a lot of the physical plants had actually been destroyed. Moreover, all organizations in the Germany that they conquered were Nazi organizations. Therefore, even, like the kite flying club would be a Nazi kite flying club. Everything had become Nazi. Now, you might have noticed in your own life this feeling of what the Germans called Gleichschaltung, which is basically the intrusion of politics and policy into everything, specifically into all organizations, all structures, all movements, all everything. So, if you basically want to say we're going to turn Germany into a non-Nazi and even anti-Nazi country, and I think there's absolutely no question that however savage I think they overdid it in a number of respects. It was the 1940s. However, they did many things that I would consider wrong in denazification. However, and unnecessary. And yet there's no way to say denazification did not work, right? Mm-hmm. And so essentially, when you think about the problem of de-wokeification, and you notice that woke, whatever exactly that means, whatever it has to do with the 1940s, the 1920s, or history in general, when you notice that woke is doing exactly the same thing and basically performing without any secret leader anywhere, which is super weird, when it's basically as successful in taking over your local theater group as National Socialism was, you're basically like, what do we need to get rid of this? And the answer is, as I would say to my new friend Klaus, it's a great reset. Right? But the thing is, if you take the language of the Great Reset seriously, you can't say, oh, well, the old Germany has armed forces, the new Germany needs armed forces. So, basically, we already have the Waffen-SS, so let's just distribute new training manuals to the Waffen-SS, and they'll be like the new army of Germany.
You're getting out of here with me.
That does not work, right? That does not even come close to working. Yeah. And so the thing is that when you're actually doing a great reset, you can't just change the rules. You also have to generally change out the people. And so one of the principles of denazification, which of course ended up having to be violated in all of these ways, is simply that if you work for the old government, you can't work for the new government. Mm-hmm. A lot of other things you can do. Your life is not over. But if you work for the old government, you can't work for the new government. And if you want to bend that policy, bend it so if you work for the old government, you can't work for the new government in the same kind of position. You were in the Department of Education, maybe you could help with the Department of Energy, or if there is even any such thing. So you're essentially, to really reset government, if your reset is a full reset and not just like some kind of defragmentation program, you're essentially, yes, you're talking about saying, I reject all of these institutions and they have to burn. And moreover, not only do they have to burn, they have to be replaced by completely different institutions. That's what the Allies did in Germany in 1945. That's what we did in East Germany in 1989, Czechoslovakia.
Here's the problem with the analogy, though, because the Allied powers were exercising hard power over a Nazi regime which lost a war. In the 21st century, progressivism, wokeism isn't losing war. In fact, it is in every single cultural institution.
Do you know what the press? Of course, but the thing is, do you know what the it was in every single cultural constitution in Germany in 1932.
I mean, you know, who's like invading? Who invades?
You know, who invaded East Germany, right? I mean, did anyone invade East Germany? No one invaded East Germany. You know, East Germany had a model for what it, or Czechoslovakia. Like, okay, now you had this union with the West thing. Who invaded Czechoslovakia? Nobody invaded Czechoslovakia. Before 1989, it was governed by people of Czech descent who were actually employees of Moscow. After 1989, it was governed by people of Czech descent who were, to some extent, employees of Washington. You know, but that isn't to say that you couldn't imagine such a process ending in real independence if it were in a world in which real independence was permitted, as of course it's not. And
he's a terrorist.
But you know, as far as the revolution went, you know, the Velvet Revolution, as they called it there, you know, I think that most people, when they imagine regime change, imagine this bloody and violent process. And when you think about bloody and violent processes, history is full of bloody and violent processes. This is true. You have to actually think about who's getting bloody and violent.
Recognize him?
And, you know, one of the things, you know, think about it from, you're kind of thinking about it too much from the end of the peasants with pitchforks. Think about it from the end of, like, my communist, you know, elite relatives, right? Think about it, you know, my fellow Brown alumni, right? You know, these are people who, you know, it's possible that 1% of
not in trouble.
voted for Trump. That would surprise me. Probably like 0.5%. But you know what? We're a very thoughtful group, so maybe it's 2%. You know, but if you look at how that set of people use Trump administration, this is the set of people who, you know, the right sees power as a means to an end. They want this, they want that policy, you know, let's stop abortion, blah, blah, blah. For the left, power is just the drug that they're on. You know, like, yeah, they'll tell you why it's super good to do cocaine, and cocaine really helps them with their work, and they do a lot of cocaine. They really, you know, cocaine is very important for them. But really, they just like cocaine. And that's essentially the relationship of the left to power. That's also how the left sees the relationship of the right to power. The left doesn't really, you know, although all of its political energy is driven by fear, it doesn't understand that all of the right's political energy is also driven by fear. It doesn't understand how 80% of the population could fear 20% of the population. It considers its own fears rational, and their fear is completely irrational. And therefore, because it considers their fears as irrational, the only way it can explain them is by basically turning them into sort of a kind of collective evil that has never existed at all. And it's only natural that this evil would basically be completely concerned with maximizing its power, because they are. And so when they project, they're basically just like, they look at this situation now where basically all but the most diehard Trump voters are over, and they're like, but Pence could just count the votes and decide who wins. And they're absolutely right. Constitutionally, legally, Pence could just count the votes and decide that Trump wins. He could just do that. There would have absolutely no defense. The Constitution gives him all, you know, all the right he needs to do that. And when libs look at that and they see basically he could just fuck us, and they're just like, and they realize, in a sense, they realize how defenseless they are. You know, then of course this vast body of like all right-wing Americans comes into focus. Left doesn't have anything like that. And of course, they imagine ththese people as the sort of militia that's just waiting to be activated. And that's how these people also imagine themselves, by the way.
Terrorist attack!
And they're sort of equally ridiculous on both sides. And so they sort of imagine themselves like the idea of the American ruling class, that they are the underdogs, is a permanent idea and an essential idea, and is core to basically their self-definition. And that is true of every oligarch, every ruling aristocracy. They're always just like, we in our beautiful fineries and silks and, you know, eloquent literary dinner parties could be carved up like turkeys tomorrow. And, you know, when they get really edgy, they're like, we should be carved up like turkeys tomorrow. And sooner or later, that basically results in them getting carved up like turkeys. And, or at least this is a historical pattern that we can see. And you know, as a member of this class, I have no interest in being hard up like a turkey.
So just
for
come
any
out.
particular reason. I also have no interest in being like having like a mob of peasants like slam into my house and chase me down to the lake with pitchforks and finish me there. Like I don't want to see that happen either, right? I don't want any of these like French Revolution type experiences, right? You know, and I also don't
Such
really
a horrible
want
way
them.
to go.
Such a horrible way to go, right? You can see it, and it's filmic, and that's. Have you seen Vida's Danton?
No.
Andre Vida did a film of the life of Danton. You know, Andre Vida, the famous Polish director, did a film of Danton around the time of Solidarity. Danton is played by Gérard Depardieu, the famous French rapist, and he also does some acting. And Depardieu does this magnificent Danton, and this is just like, it's a work of fucking art. And it's also this kind of, you know, reflection on what's going on in Poland, because this is joint Franco-Polish production in the last days of communist Poland. Very worth seeing, right?
Wait, is there an AI that can listen to conversations and pull out every piece of media that has been
mentioned
in the conversation?
You know, I hope not. But yes, definitely see. I think Criterion Collection had it at some point. You know, absolutely fantastic production. But we don't want that. We don't want a French Revolution of any kind, right? You know, whichever side you know, you happen to be on. And so you're looking at, you know, first of all, when you see, you know, the Biden administration, you're really seeing DC as it is. Which is, you know, just like free history. Like, think about how hard it was to see the Trump administration as it is. You know, now to see the Biden administration, that's just absolutely clear. It's just the, you know, the New Deal in, you know, post-human form. You know, and it's just like,
that doesn't give you nightmares.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, I mean, Biden with that bloody eye, right? You remember the time he had the bloody eye? Was it intense?
Oh God, I don't even remember, and I'm not looking it up either.
It was intense. It was really like reality had fractured. Like here was the Terminator. You know, I think he may have gotten the double, may have gotten in a fight with the real Biden, who at that time was only growing stronger. You know, and maybe they actually both think they're Biden and the other is the double. You know, it must be very, like, imagine we could peek into the life of China Joe. Yeah. I mean, I guess we can in a way peek into his email, but you know, it's beautiful. I mean, I haven't even gotten into. I didn't invent the idea of this is due to another internet personality you can easily Google, which is you know Hunter S. Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the new, really, you know, even better than our president, Joseph Robinette, China Joe Biden, and his wife, the lovely and talented Professor Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. We have, you know, the son-in-chief, right? Hunter S. Biden. Hunter S. Biden is not afraid. He's doing international deals. His crack pipe is found in a car. He doesn't even know that he dropped his lap. I mean, it's a beautiful, like, and the thing is, really what you want to see, okay, first of all, you know we're looking at a stream production. You know that the story of this administration is going to be so filmic.
Concealment before corporation forces is a crime.
And so, you know, first of all, this is again not my idea. You know, it's the idea of a friend of mine. Is a buddy picture with Hunter S. Biden and Jordan Peterson. And what happens? They meet up at a rehab in Serbia, right? And then they have this, like, you know, this, what's that British comedian who does the trip movies? Steve Coogan. They have this Steve Coogan experience, right? Actually, Steve Coogan could even play Jordan Peterson. Oh my God. Couldn't you see Steve Coogan?
Concealment before corporation
you can see it, right? And then, you know, but then of course, who is playing Hunter, right? And to me, I sound like a hopeless man here, but it has to be George Clooney, right?
Okay.
Can you see it? You can see it, right? You know, so basically George Clooney and Steve Coogan on, you know, a road trip.
Yeah.
through Eastern Europe, thinly disguised as, you know, basically Hunter S. Biden and Jordan Peterson. Obviously, you can't, you know, they have the rights. You have to just, you know, build characters that are very obviously like these people. But, you know, the thing is, so the idea is, you know, when people talk about the Biden administration, okay, you know, to go back and answer your question, number two is, you know, one is a set of jobs. The people who will get these jobs, don't panic. They're professionals. They're bureaucrats. These are extremely dull and intelligent people, right? And what you can expect is that the government will keep doing what it's doing, only more. That's the first aspect of the Biden presidency, what it actually does to DC. Then the question is how the story changes. The narrative, the you know, the film that we're all sort of watching as we watch the news, what's going on. And the answer is you basically take this very, very entertaining and magnetic and divisive figure, John Trump, who's just amazingly telegenic, and, you know, creates this drama where on the one side, you know, you're like marching to the rescue of Constantinople. Right, and on the other side, you're rescuing the down flyers and the French resistance, this incredible trauma. It may not be real, okay? It's not real, you know, but it feels like the entertainment power is strong, right? And then you replace it with, you know, nobody wants to go from being in the resistance to being in the support. Support is like, it's like a garment thing, like support socks, right? You know, who's going to be like, join the support, right? You know, in this house, we support the president. Right? What? I mean, it's like, you know, like, what are you even saying, right? It has no relevance. It has no sort of catching power. Even, you know, the goddamn virus is being killed. And so, you know, you have this question of basically why do people even bother to read the paper, right? And, you know, what's interesting is you're in a media environment, because when you talk about image and narrative, you're talking about media. You're in a media environment where the media has done amazingly well off of Donald Trump. Like, even through his campaign, he just drove so much engagement, he drove so much traffic, he drove so much energy. The revenues for the New York Times, I believe, doubled, right?
Wow.
They doubled, right? And does all of that money go into like a hoard of gold pieces under, you know, whatever Salzburg or, you know, Scion is in charge now? Does it go into the bank like Smog? No. It goes to pay journalists. It goes to hire. It goes to grow. It goes to expand. It goes to burgeon. It goes to flourishing, right? The media under Trump flourishes. The media with Trump flourishes, right? Trump is an awesome dude. Okay, now pull that out. Reverse that. Suddenly, like, you know, I mean, you would go to like the Atlantic and see that like 8 out of the top 10 stories were about Trump, right? Totally normal thing. Pull that out, and like basically the whole media infrastructure that Trump built is driving, just in a business sense, is driving straight toward a motherfucking brick wall, right? Yeah. And, you know, when people would be like, how can you be pro-Biden? I would be like, I don't know, man. I have friends and I have enemies. I'm for whatever is good for my friends, bad for my enemies. Has the Trump administration been good for my friends? No, it has not. Will the Biden administration be good for my enemies? I'm not seeing it.
Curtis, Curtis, we're gonna have to end right there.
All right, I think that's a great note to end on.
We should. I mean, I wish I had more time, but we should do a part 2 at some point if you'd be interested. This is
yeah. Let's see how this is.
Let's see
how this is taken by my enemies.
Yes.
You know, just to I mean, I think this is, you know, just here we've set out the strongest case for Biden that can be made. The president. And
Curtis, make a quick plug for your online grip.
He's already waiting
yes.
for you.
If you enjoyed this conversation, you should check out my grip, which is it's the finest form of grip today. It's called Substack, and I'm at graymirror.substack.com. And what I'm doing is I'm serializing a book about whatever replaces this shit show of a regime. So if you want to get my chapters, I've been actually mostly releasing them free, but that's just the kind of the shaft
It's
end
all
of the
over
hook.
now, Jasmine.
You know, now people are
Can't do
going
anything
far,
to
and
you.
They won't be too happy about that. So come and join my grift and subscribe and be hooked. It probably won't be good for you, but it'll be fun. All right, thank you very much, Colin, and I enjoyed this conversation.
Thanks, Curtis.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Solid work, V. Jasmine's on her way to her dearest husband, and I get my dearest Eddies. Or should I say, our Eddies, huh? Job well done, V. Closing the gig.
Hello? Who's there? Hey. Close the damn
Yes?
borders. That's what I...
I think that Mariah is Mariah, and that's what she should be known for her work, and not for being compared or sounding like me. You know, I don't really hear it. You know, there are a few inflections. You know, inflections mean
People aren't getting sick.
You know, oh yeah, you know, that's in, you know, that's runs and inflections. So she does a little bit of that.
They're not.
Oh yeah, you know. I think she and I probably have the same tones, you know, in some areas, but I don't think that she sounds like me, nor do I sound like her.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because they're locked down. Are you correct? I'm not saying I disagree with that. It could be correct. They're not at the point with this argument where I'm just like, well, I just throw my hands up because I don't know, right? And this is, if you watch Adam Curtis's movie Hypernormalization, this is a tactic they use. You don't know what's true anymore. I don't know, right? You're constantly in a point where it's just like you don't know where they're coming or going. What's true, what's not true.
Yep.
And this is an aspect of post-truth, right? Which they talk about. So yeah, I don't know what to do about that, because it could be that there's a virulent second strain. It could be. Right. It could be the case. Whether it justifies all the stuff that we're seeing is another question. Anyway, let's carry on.
Yep. Tactic, which is very effective, is divide and conquer. And so,
oh my God, divide and conquer.
The media plays a very important role. If you can turn men and women against each other and black and white against each other, and one of the reasons you import a lot of immigrants into
who wants to do that? You fucking idiot!
Turn the general population against the immigrants, and then you need government to be in the middle. And so these are.
And just a quick one on that. Have you seen some of the BLM problems that they're having in Ireland?
A little bit of that. Yeah.
Just me also, just a little bit. But it's just like, Ireland, really? I mean, this little island with 5.5 million people on it.
Is that right?
Mean,
the Republic has about 5.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, wow. and traditionally, a very kind of homogenous group, I guess. Resented the English being there famously. But now they're having the same problems as America and as the rest of Europe, and it's like, it's interesting how that keeps on happening, isn't it? Like, what's George Floyd got to do with somebody in Dublin? Do you know what I mean? Like, it really doesn't have anything to do with anything, and yet they're having BLM protests over there. Somebody, it was explained to me that this guy was robbing a store or something like that, and he got apprehended by the police and maybe get killed by the police. I'm not sure, but there was some incident over there, and now this has become a big cause célèbre from the leftists over there, and they're having their own kind of Irish version of the BLM over there. I mean, it happens with such frequency and regularity. It's hard not to. It looks spontaneous, but to me, I'm starting to think, well, is it spontaneous or is this astroturfed?
Right, and she'll give us reasons to think more about that. Just to give some hard numbers here, Ireland 6.5 million as of 4 years ago.
Right.
96.4% white, 1.1% black. For comparison, the United States is 13.4% black, and obviously a much more fraught, long history of the African Americans than whoever these folks are who are in Ireland now.
Yeah. So for Ireland with a black population of less than 2%, to be having these sorts of social issues over there seems very odd to me. But it also
seems like a stretch, yeah.
Yeah, but then I also think, they had those scenes of jubilant women dancing around, celebrating abortion. Do you remember that?
In Ireland, that was.
Yeah, and I'm thinking
last year or two, something like that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking is this part of have you seen those scenes coming out of Argentina recently?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Argentina will have BLM riots this year. Do you know what I mean? It seems like these are just stages in.
Something.
Taking a nation through something,
They're all, whether it's divide and tactic or invisible enemies, these are all ways to institute fear and get people to go along with things. And of course, the invisible virus allows you to do enormous control mechanisms. You can stop people from gathering, you can stop people from organizing, you can stop people from getting together and talking about what's going on, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good tactical point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stops people organizing. How do you organize resistance when you're not allowed out of your house?
Right, yeah. And if you digitize it with contract tracing, then you can control who's talking to whom. If you can get them to do all their work and education online, you can literally listen to everything they're saying. So you can institute extraordinary amounts of surveillance, all in the theory that we're protecting you from the invisible virus. It's very clever, and as you can see, it's working with many people.
No, Radlib, you're, I say famous, but you're kind of well known for being a big homeschooler.
Right.
Do you think it's true that moving education online makes it easier to monitor and surveillance, or do you think having all the kids in the classroom is makes. I mean, what's your view on that? I'm not quite convinced that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I feel like it's been a step backwards from the point of view of the way the state uses the education system. It's been a step backwards for the kids to be at home. It means a lot of the things that are accomplished in the state schools are not being accomplished. And you're getting like family relationships instead of peer relationships, for example. Well, that's no good from the point of view of the state, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and I think that, let's pretend that this is all a plan of theirs, as this woman is saying. This seems to be an unintended own goal.
Yeah, I agree.
Not only are the kids not in school, but you've got the teachers' unions protesting to keep them out of the school.
Right. The preventers of education, right?
And this is surely a win, right? But these are the moments where I wonder sometimes if all the right wingers are really just stupid. Okay, why are the conservatives then in this country? And I've seen conservatives in America doing this as well. Then protesting to get the kids back to school. What, you want to send your kids now to go and be indoctrinated? Are you awake? Like, what's wrong with you? But have you seen the same thing?
Yeah, so I think another way of looking at this, rather than from their perspective, look at it from our perspective. This working from home, children being educated from home, this is a big opportunity in my view. It's for one thing, for me as someone who wants to see homeschooling grow, it's a lot of people who would have never really tried homeschooling. Some of them are going to be like, man, I can't wait to get these kids out of here, right? But some of them are going to be like, maybe we could just get the school out of the picture here and just go straight to homeschooling. So I wouldn't be shocked if homeschooling grows, and like you said, this would actually be a loss from the point of view of the state. Say,
as someone who's set up my own online school in the past year,
right?
I have just had an email in, Radlib, and I thought I'd ask you live on air. Elites and Society Scholarship follow-up. Hope all is well. I have not seen anything online about the Radical Liberation Fan Club Scholarship, other than that Radical Liberation will set up the terms for it. Perhaps I have missed it. Has Radlib set the terms for it, and has anyone won it? So,
And I'm sorry, that's for the elites, though. Wouldn't we wait? That is for that course? Is that right?
Well, it's actually for a course. The name of that course is now changed to...
Yeah, sure.
Foundations of Politics.
Yeah. Right. Well, I thought we were going to wait until you have a course in the bag, and then we would give it to somebody.
So if you're listening, Adam, that is to be announced closer to the time where the course is due to go live.
I think that's the way to go. Yeah. Because now you're doing the Trivium thing, which of course I'm extremely excited that you're doing that. I don't mind it that it's making me wait for the one I'm waiting for, which is the politics course. But that's going to delay you getting to the politics course a bit. So.
Yeah. Anyway, let's carry on playing.
Not everybody, but many people. So, to me, a lot, and I don't want to underestimate the ability of the leadership to introduce pathogens that will kill people, and I don't want to suggest that people aren't getting sick, but essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to get people to buy into a solution before they see where it's ultimately going to go, because you're talking about a transaction system that is no longer a currency, it's a control system. So it's like the credit at the company store. If every central bank comes out with a digital central bank currency, they have the ability to turn your money on and off. So if you don't behave, that's it. And of course, as we know, they want to combine this with transhumanism, which means literally, I take injections that can institute the equivalent of an operating system in my body.
Now, Radlib, this was the part of this that I thought, what? You're a computer guy injecting an operating system in your body. What?
I have no idea what she's talking about. I will say this. I don't think it's a stretch to imagine the following. And by the way, this is not why I wanted us to do this video, this little bit. As interesting as it may be, and maybe she's even right, I don't know. I'm just saying this is not what drew me in. It's a lot of other stuff we're going to get to. But I would say this. Let us say that they decide that for tracking whether you've had the vaccine or not, they can just pop a little super, super tiny microchip in you. And then, you know, at the airport or whatever, you know, to make sure you're safe to travel, they just wave a wand or whatever and detect that chip and say, oh, yep, you were vaccinated on such and such a date. You know, I don't think that's that much of a stretch. I mean, you could see that happening, right, AA?
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's not, given everything we've seen, given the way they've been about the vaccination. I mean, you could see them going for this, right? I mean, there might be pushback, but you could see them trying at least, right?
What I'll say is, okay.
But wait, I'm going somewhere with this. So what do you think?
What I'll just say in response to that question is, if you'd have told me 2 years ago what would have happened in the past 2 years that we've seen, I would have thought you were insane. So at this point, nothing is off the table. I'll go along with it. Carry on.
Okay, so let me tell the story here. I'm just a little hypothetical here. So they get a chip in you for the vaccine. Well, now that it's in you, I don't know what she means about operating system. That makes it sound like, you know, they've got a chip in you and it's like controlling your mind or something. I know of no such things. I'm not saying they don't exist. I don't know anything about it. But what I could imagine is that once they've gone ahead and put the chip in you, wait a couple years, everybody gets used to it, everybody's got their chip, and now they start saying, hey, you know, we should do this to track terrorists, or, you follow me? In other words, what were we talking about earlier with the logic? The thin end of the wedge, the slippery slope. Yeah.
The slippery slope, right. Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so once it's in there, I could certainly see that the state, these international people, these World Economic Forum types, right, the UN, they would find more and more reasons to record certain information there, which could be checked with a quick, you know, scan, right?
Just to ask you about the, I mean, obviously, I'm not suggesting you know, but like a chip injected into you, though? I mean, are we talking tiny? How small are these chips?
Oh, well, well, I don't know if you understand about computers at this point, but you know how small things have gotten. But you know, the AirPods I'm using right here, they have an entire CPU inside them. These little tiny things sitting in my ear. The AirPods themselves are quite small, right? But the chip is even smaller. And you wouldn't even need something as big. I mean, this is sophisticated. This is doing audio processing on the chip inside my AirPods.
Audio processing is
you
not
don't
that
need something that's sophisticated for the hypothetical I just outlined. You just need something that can store a little information and you can read from it. It doesn't even need to be like a central processing unit. I mean, just a little data store.
Sure, right? RFID is enough.
So that can be really, really small. I mean, it would be like getting a little shot.
It's radio frequency.
Okay, all right. So they can do that, but Bannerlord is still 61 gigabytes. Anyway,
right.
Just carry on.
And so I'm hooked up to the financial system, literally, physically.
To step back to the beginning a little bit, little 101.
Sure.
Is what is the actual effect of the lockdown measures?
So what you're doing is you're trying to, I used to call the Patriot Act the Concentration and Control of Cash Flow Act. And this is a very similar process. You're trying to dramatically centralize economic and political control. So let me give you an example. We have 100 small businesses on Main Street in a community. You declare them non-essential, shut them down. Suddenly Amazon and Walmart and the big box stores can...
That's literally happened, by the way. Literally happened.
Come in and take away all the market share. In the meantime, the people on Main Street have to keep paying off their credit cards or their mortgage. So they're in a debt trap. And they're desperate to get cash flow to cover basically their debts and their day-to-day expenses. In the meantime, you have the Federal Reserve institute a form of quantitative easing where...
Can't help but notice how much massive amounts of tea does this woman want? I mean,
Oh, you thought that was big? Oh, no. That's just like an American glass. That's just her drinking.
That's a lot of tea.
She's drinking. Is it iced tea? It doesn't look iced. But anyway, that's just like standard American size. We just drink things on a scale that would blow your Europeans' minds.
All right.
They're buying corporate bonds, and the guys who are taking up the market share can basically finance at 0 to 1%, or their banks can 0 to 1%, when everybody in Main Street is paying 60 to 70% of their credit cards without income. So basically, now you've got them over a barrel, and you can take away their market share. And generally, they can't afford to do what they say because they're too busy trying to find money to feed their kids. In the 2016 election cycle, we saw the general population support candidates who represented populism in a variety of different ways. So Bernie Sanders was a populist relative to the other candidates. Donald Trump was a populist relative to the other candidates. And literally, what the sort of global capital class realized.
I mean, is she low-key suggesting here that Bernie was screwed out by the Democrat machine, that if they'd allowed it to go to a vote, he would have won?
Thanks for the help.
Against Hillary in 2016, or
I don't know that she's necessarily saying that. She's saying that the support for Sanders, as well as obviously, most importantly, the victory of Trump in 2016 in that election cycle, really got the attention of the elites. Now, you cut right in the middle of my favorite sentence here. I wish you could go back like 2 seconds. Unfortunately, it's hard to do with YouTube. But
I'll go back.
Yeah, there you go.
And literally, what the sort of global capital class realized was they had a problem that could be solved by destroying the independent income of small business and sole practitioners and people who had independent forms of income. So if you're a doctor, if you're a lawyer, if you're a CPA, and you have your own practice, you are generally going to support the populist candidates. And so the way to shut the populist candidates down is to shut off their income and support, which is you put Main Street out of business, and then there's nobody to finance a Bernie Sanders or a Donald Trump. There's nobody.
Okay, stop there. Okay, so a couple things to point out. First of all, I don't know that I really emphasized it in reading from her Wikipedia entry, but she was under George Bush. I mean, that was a long time ago. What has she been doing in the meantime? She's been in finance and brokerage house and stuff like that. Okay, so this section feels more solid to me, in part because I think she's really speaking to her. She's in her zone. Okay, she actually understands, when she talks about the interest rate that the small business owner is going to be paying versus what the big business is going to be paying. She's not just talking. She's not waving her hands. She knows what those interest rates are, probably in her head. So that's one thing to say, is that I think she's bringing a lot of background when she talks about the financial game going on here. But secondly, boy, does this feel right to me. I'm not saying I can swear on a Bible that what she's saying is the truth, but what I saw, I think we all saw with Trump's victory, and then also with Brexit. I think both Trump and Brexit, and then Sanders would be a little bit under that, or somewhat under that, but in there too, is that the ruling elite freaked out. They absolutely freaked out. We got some leaked footage, right? Like from Google, saying something essentially like, we can't let this happen again, right? Who knows how much we didn't hear. But we got enough to get a flavor of it. They freaked out. Would they go as far as to basically purposely target the segment of the population that provides the financial backing for populism? I can believe it. Can you believe it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I also think it's been almost impossible not to imagine. Well, it's been like these globalists were on the way out, right? They were getting smashed across the board last year, and it looked like Trump was going to BTFO Biden too, and it looks like he did. If you think most elections, right, are, I mean, 75 million is unheard of, okay? And most elections, there's an amount of people who swing in the middle, right? And the loser tends to get about 60 million, okay? So to believe the numbers that we're, that the AP have called and so on and so forth, to me, stretches credulity, right? It stretches believability that that many people, were enthused, if you want, either to vote against Trump or to vote for Biden. But the fact of the matter is that they seem like they were lost, that they were down and out. Brexit has happened 2 days ago.
Right.
And it looked like Trump was cementing his power, and they have basically said, no, we're going to take over. We're basically just going to take over now. The mask is off. We're just going to take over as the Empire Strikes Back, and this time we're not going to play games anymore. We're just going to take over because we're rich and you're not. End of. Am I wrong?
By the way, really quick on the vote totals for the 2020 election, just to put this in perspective, because I had not actually gone back and looked at it. I'm looking at the New York Times 2016 presidential election results. Hillary Clinton, remember famously, they're like, hey, we hate this electoral system because Hillary Clinton got more actual votes, but because of the way we do the electoral system, Trump won, right? So she got, so maybe, if we look at her votes, I was thinking, then it wouldn't seem so crazy, the vote total that Biden has gotten, right? Because, okay, maybe Biden's was a lot less interesting even than Hillary Clinton, but you could imagine that many of the people who voted for Hillary Clinton might just go ahead and vote for Biden the next time, right? So let's put it in perspective. Okay, well, Donald Trump got about 63 million 4 years ago, and this time 75 million that they'll admit to. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got just shy of 66 million. And so we're to believe that Biden got, what is it, 80?
81 at this point.
81 million to Hillary Clinton, 66 million.
It's just obviously not true. I mean, sorry, sorry, Susan, it's just obviously not true. I know that the Associated Press and official sources and blah, 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 and what's the point of no return or whatever. I know all of that. The fact of the matter is that those figures, Trump's total is pretty wild. Even Trump's total is wild, right? Yeah. It's way above where it usually is. So something weird, regardless of what the truth is, something weird happened in this election. Anyway, let's carry on. Otherwise, we're about an hour in and we're 7 minutes into this video, Radlib. So we better let's try to talk less.
Okay.
So, I mean, do the lockdown measures appear to you to be it's more of an economic thing than a virus mitigation plan?
So this is an economic war, and you've basically had sort of the top 1%. So since April, we've seen global billionaires increase their net worth by 27%. Now, what that says is this has been a very successful global economic war, because what you're having is this sort of global capitalist class, and I shouldn't call it capitalism because it's not. It's much more it's economic totalitarianism. What you've seen is they've been able to consolidate fantastic amounts of economic wealth, not just by deleting the income of the middle class and consolidating it into their companies, but by significantly improving the wealth and power of the largest G7 developed countries and China vis-a-vis the emerging markets. So, the countries with the most advanced technology and the access to AI and software and to the sort of digital systems, including through space, are dramatically consolidating economic power vis-a-vis the weaker nations. So we're seeing a consolidation of economic power, centralization, both into the wealthier and the more powerful nations, and the basically top 1% who control them. So I would describe what COVID-19 is the institution of controls necessary to convert the planet from democratic process to technocracy. So what we're watching is a change in control and an engineering of new control systems. So think of this as a coup d'etat. It's much more like a coup d'etat than a virus.
I mean, that rings true to me. The coup d'état element in America, literally. In America, literally, because of the election, right?
Right.
But also everywhere else, it very much feels like that.
Because of an assertion of control, and also the thing I just wanted to share on air what I said on Twitter, which is that it was this point where I realized that I had the direction of causality wrong. I was thinking, oh, the COVID thing came along, and now they're using that as an opportunity to do the Great Reset that we've been hearing about from the World Economic Forum, right? The new normal and all that stuff. Well, what she's suggesting is, no. The Great Reset was the point. And that's why we had the COVID scare, basically. You know, they made COVID into such a big deal and did lockdowns and blah, 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 is for the purpose of doing the Great Reset. That's essentially what she's proposing. Is that correct? I don't know, but just that was a new thought, and it felt kind of right.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but to me, that always felt very obvious. And I felt it was one of those things that to me felt so obvious that it needed to go unstated. But the longer I've done YouTube Rad Lib and the longer I've been kind of talking to many hundreds of people, the more I've realized that you often need to actually state that which feels obvious to you.
Well, so people can push back and give you feedback, or so the light bulb can go on for them. I wanted to mention one thing. She used a term which is a magic term, reference the James Delingpole interview that I put in the chat earlier. She said technocracy. Well, this has a rather interesting history I learned about from that Delingpole interview. There was a thing called a technocracy movement in the starting in the 30s. It was big in the U.S. and for some reason particularly popular in Canada. And then it was sort of a response to the Great Depression. And it basically said that politicians and business people will be replaced with scientists and engineers to manage the economy. And it'll go from, currency, right? You might have caught that from her. It's not going to be about currency anymore. It's going to be completely managed, right? So while we wouldn't necessarily see, say, the World Economic Forum as a straight shot from technocracy in the 30s to this, it's a similar kind of thinking at the very least that we're seeing crop up in those two movements. So I'll share a link to that.
Absolutely, and I don't think it's any accident that James Burnham has become more relevant again. James Burnham for a long time it fell out of not being read. James Burnham's famous, as well as
Managerial Revolution.
Yeah, so as well as the Machiavellians, his other big book was the Managerial Revolution, and I will never stop shilling it. The San Francis book, Leviathan and Its Enemies, kind of updates that for now, but that Managerial Revolution really does call a lot of this ahead of time. How they very subtly and very quietly shifted from being what he calls a bourgeois society, where you have, it's what I described, the milkman localism, Radliv. Everybody's got their own little business, and they're, in order to buy something, you need to produce something that people want. The basic Say's law. That was this kind of the bourgeois society. They want to shift from that into the managerial society, whereby effectively you have this managerial class who not only do not operate in terms of making productive things that people want, but rather their superiority comes from what they know, from their expertise. They're an expert class, okay? And it's their knowledge that keeps them above everybody else. And then, of course, they need to justify why they are the ones on top. So the managerial class have a permanent incentive to continuously attack the ideology of the bourgeoisie. Now think about that, and think about the sorts of things the managerial class have been pushing for the past 20 years. And ever more aggressively in the past 5 years. Think of that thing about what white privilege means, and when you look at it, it's things like, hard work, capitalism, bourgeois values.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not connecting the dots here. Why is it? I mean, I've seen it, right, and I've seen it coming from the big companies, for example. Yeah. Why is it that this is a fit to attack, bourgeois values with the economic interest?
Right. So the bourgeoisie are all about little independent people having a family unit, and then doing it for yourself. You're pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, and you have good, strong, solid family values. And I set up a bakery, and you set up a milk delivery service, for example, and I get paid and you get paid, and this is the kind of the bourgeois society. Whereas the managerial society is all about the massive corporation, the big government institution, the huge organization, whether it's state-run or corporate-led, and rather than being somebody who set up their own company, the managerial class will be somebody who's got a qualification, who then has gone in at the C-level of one of these companies. So it's the managerial CEO. It's the guy who took over from Walt Disney rather than Walt Disney himself. Do you understand? Right. It's the guy with the MBA from Harvard, right? And it's his MBA from Harvard that justifies where he is in the world, not having a business idea.
Right. So in particular, the bourgeois society produces the entrepreneur. That's not exactly what they're looking for, right? They don't really want ever more awesome entrepreneurs in the true Austrian sense of entrepreneur.
Yeah, they want more. They want to eliminate the entrepreneur. Yeah, they want to eliminate the entrepreneur. And I actually made a series of videos about this on the managerial class, which if you go on the playlist thing, you can go back and watch them. One of the things to grasp about this is that the entrepreneur who set up his own business and who's passionate about Mickey Mouse, say, right, passionate about cartoons. And there's a visionary, is not the same guy who goes in as the COO or the CEO with an MBA. He has a different set of incentives, right? Because he's gone in there and he is answerable to the shareholders to deliver profits, quote unquote. But ultimately what they do is they deliver growth, right? So it's rather than maximizing profit or making something that people want, what they do is try to grow their own departments, try to grow revenue, try to grow market share.
And almost the reductio ad absurdum of this is Amazon, which doesn't even bother doing profit at all, and all it does is grow. Right? It doesn't give dividends. You're lucky to own some Amazon stock and watch the price go up, right?
Exactly, right. So and this is the model we've been moving towards, and I think she said some more about this. Let me let her talk, and then I'll add some gloss on top of it.
So for 20 some years in the United States, we've had a financial coup d'etat, and we knew at the end of 1995 a decision was made to move much of the assets and money out of the country. That was part of sort of bubbling the global economy with globalization. And they knew that once they'd finished moving all those assets, that they would have to consolidate and change the fundamental system. So after the financial coup, you've stolen all the money in the pension funds, you've stolen all the money in the government, and now rather than turn and...
So I'll just stop there because she mentioned the pension fund. This is a big aspect of what I was saying with the... So if you look at how someone like Mises describes the stock market, Radlib, Mises is talking about capitalists who speculate with how businesses are doing, okay? And the stock market, he says, is vital to a capitalist economy because it is people kind of backing this idea or that idea with their own money, and they are the allocators of the capital. Okay, that's Mises' analysis, and of course he was writing in the early 20th century, presupposes that each one of those shareholders is an actual person who's making like decisions, investment decisions. What's happened is that a lot of these state-run pension funds, hedge funds, and so on and so forth, have become very large, depersonalized, and almost automated allocators of capital, if you want to put it that way. And it's become abstracted from what it used to be. It's no longer these individual speculators. Now it's some fireman, right, who's got a pension. His pension has gone into that pension fund. Some manager, some account manager manages his little pot. That guy's bit of money is floating around unbeknownst to him, right? He is the ultimate holder of the capital, this fireman, okay? He has no idea what's happening to his money.
Yeah.
And that same pension fund will own this business and that business and this business and that business. They'll own 5%, 10% of all of these big corporations. Those corporations then, who remember, are looking to they're looking to grow. They're looking at their share price, or etc. They're then basically propped up, right? They get to do many things with the capital, if you want to put it that way. They can allocate it, for example, on trans rights propaganda if they want to, or whatever, right? They're the corporation. They can play around in this, and it doesn't actually reach the guy at the end of the, what's the consequence of,
right?
What's the consequence? The fireman doesn't know. The actual guy who has his money in that pot doesn't know what's happening to his money, right?
Described this before, and the obvious question that comes to mind is, why isn't there a shareholder revolt? Because you can go to the shareholder meeting, right? And especially if you're a major shareholder, you can have some influence, and you can say, what is all this crap you're doing? Get back to your business and stop doing all this social justice stuff or whatever, right? But I haven't heard of any of these. Maybe there've been some. I don't read the financial news regularly, so maybe there's been some, but I haven't heard of any.
No, because
it's the managers of the mutual funds who are themselves part of this managerial class, right? They're not going to write about it because they're on board with it.
So the majority of the investors are what are called institutional investors, okay? Right. And the money in those pots, the actual people who own that capital are, I guess you'd call them passive investors. They're passive. They don't know what's happening. They've entrusted their money to be managed by somebody else. And probably that person is an uber woke employee of BlackRock or someone like this, right? Who I guess what I'm saying is they're fully paid up on the agenda. So there's never going to be that shareholder revolt, because all of the shares are controlled, not owned, controlled by the managerial class. And so there's been a severance between ownership and control that you get in traditional bourgeois society. Now it's like, well, it doesn't even matter if you own the shares because some other bozo is controlling it on your behalf. Unless you're literally Warren Buffett, right? You still there, Radley? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, agreed. It's the shareholder revolt scenario sounds plausible until you understand exactly what you explained, which is that you don't really have these independent. The Warren Buffetts of the world are very few, and mostly you've got another one from the managerial class sitting in the shareholder meeting representing a bunch of small shareholders, right? Effectively.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it depends on the market, right? It depends on the market. With something like equities, huge amount of the day-to-day trades are just automated. It's just an algorithm doing it. I mean, I've been to see it. I was on I went to one of these super low latency trading firms in Chicago once, and he showed me around. You couldn't hear a pin drop, right? There was literally just one Chinese guy sitting behind this computer which had about 15 screens, and he was like, "Yeah, there's a million trades there. There's a million trades there. What are you doing then? What do you do?" Well, basically, Well, basically, there are these little alarms, right? If something weird happens, then he reacts.
Right.
But otherwise, he's just kind of twiddling with his pencil, like, yeah, everything's going all right. We just made another million, that's it.
Right.
But it's just all completely automated. So, anyway, let's carry on.
Tell people, well, we stole your money. You need an excuse that will allow you to consolidate and change the fundamental system. So you have a magic virus. And the magic virus says, oh, we have to fundamentally change the system. Thanks to the magic virus, there's no money in Social Security. Thanks to the magic virus, there's no money in the Treasury. And you have your perfect magic excuse.
Everything can be blamed on.
Yeah, the magic virus can, it's amazing because every implication of the financial coup has been magically solved by the magic virus. It's quite, if you're a financial person and you look at the world through the mathematics of time and money, it's quite amazing that anybody believes it, but they do.
Yeah.
Right. It's part of joining the, what C.J. Hopkins calls the Covidian cult. You join the cult and you say, oh yeah, well, the magic virus took all the money from Social Security. Yeah. Magic virus caused our pension funds to, not be sufficient. Blah, 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 blah.
So, what do you think the technocracy that we're being pushed towards will look like?
So, the technocracy that...
Just a completely vacuous side point. Did you find this interview, the guy with the camera, a little bit sycophantic? He seemed like kind of in awe of this woman, didn't he? To me.
I don't know. He was so low key. I was trying to draw some conclusion about him, and I really didn't. He mostly just lets her talk,
I find him a bit obsequious, just in his manner. Anyway, let's carry on.
They're pushing towards is what is called transhumanism. So essentially what you do is you use injections to inject materials into the body that create the equivalent of an operating system. So everybody knows the idea of Microsoft causing you to download an operating system in your computer that gives Microsoft and a variety of other players a backdoor into your computer. And every month or 2 or 3, you've got to update it because they're viruses, right? It's back to the magic virus that can solve all problems. And so this is a similar system for your body. You inject materials into your body that essentially create the equivalent of an operating system and a receiver, and you can literally hook everybody up to the cloud. And that includes hooking them up in a way that their transaction system, the Bible calls it the mark of the beast, is one way people know this stuff. But you're basically talking about being able to digitally identify and track people in connection with their financial transactions. So it's a world of zero privacy. But more importantly, what's important to understand is if you then institute one or more central bank cryptos, you're now talking about a system where every central bank in the world can shut you off individually from transacting if they don't like the way you're behaving. So many people are familiar with the social credit system in China. It's very similar. You're basically, if you install the smart grid in their car, their community, and now literally in their body, you've got 24/7 surveillance, and if people don't do what you say and behave the way you want, they can and will shut off your money. So, and they'll also have spatial control. If they say you can't travel more than 5 miles, that's it. Because you're in a complete digital control system, and it's controlled by the central bank.
Now, this is a bit horrifying, but do you remember I was writing this dystopian fiction a while back, right? That was my idea my idea in the economy of that was that you didn't have money anymore. You just got like a little, you can imagine like a little iPhone-looking device or like a little phone thing, and on Monday morning, you'd get like 1,000 credits through, right? They can't be traded. They can't be. How can I say? They can't be saved, right? You've basically got a week to spend your 1,000 credits, and then on Monday morning, you'd get another 1,000 credits through.
Reset. Yeah.
Reset, regardless. You just get 1,000 to spend for the week, and you can only spend them on certain things. So I could see the potential for using the digital currency as control. Just when I was walking through the airport trying to come up with that idea, and now it's happened. Isn't that weird? Now it seems like it's happening.
Right, and again, we kind of addressed it earlier, but I don't know what she's talking about. The biotech, I guess. Benjamin Root is sending angry super chats at us. I haven't been able to catch up. We'll get to them. Saying that he's been trying to tell us about something along these lines. But anyway, so I don't know. I haven't paid attention to this sort of thing because of this interview. I might, going forward, try to pay a little more attention. But when she dials it down a little bit from the, injecting an operating system into our body or whatever, and just talks about tracking our spending, right? And the social credit system being applied more broadly. I mean, we're literally seeing the social credit system in action in China. So it isn't crazy to talk about there being such a thing because it exists, right? So all she seems to be talking about is it rolling out more broadly than China, and there being a biotech aspect to it, which, like I said, at its simplest, we could do tomorrow.
It's also
tiny chips in you that represent, your account and your social credit or score or whatever. We could do that tomorrow. I mean, we have the technology for that.
It's also been used on Alex Jones, in this country. Who are those guys? Patriots.
Not the biotech aspect, but
using the financial system as a social credit thing has been used. Famously, it was first used on Alex Jones, and then one of the patriotic alternative guys, was it last month or 2 months ago, suddenly had their bank account. Their bank account shut, just out of the blue. I mean, I don't know. I had my bank account since I was like 2 years old or something. It would be like, oh, what? You shut my bank account down. So it's happening. Is the point? It's already happening. So anyway, let's carry on.
We're digitizing everything, but it includes the human body as well and the human mind. So this system comes with complete control not only of your ability to transact financially, which is hooked up to your body, but very sophisticated mind control technology through the media and those cloud connections. So basically, you're talking about hooking up into the Borg, if you will. And so transhumanism and technocracy go hand in hand. Now, I would describe this as a slavery system. So we're talking about shifting out of freedom, where we have freedom to roam and freedom to say what we want, into a complete control system 24/7, including mind control. Now, the challenge before us is if sort of the committee that runs the world, my nickname being Mr. Global, if Mr. Global wants...
Now, in our chat beforehand, Poe had a problem with this aspect of this video. She didn't like the fact that she wouldn't name who this group were, or she just said, there's a group that controls the world, we'll just call it Mr. Global. Did you have a problem with that aspect? And if not, why not?
Sorry, didn't mute. It didn't unmute. So I responded and said, I'm not bothered by this because a couple reasons. One is that the knowledge of, well, number one, I think it might not be so simple. It's easy for our minds to comprehend like a Dr. Evil that's at the center of a web of control or something, right? I kind of suspect it's not that simple, and it could be as decentralized as a lot of people in the ruling elite who have aligned incentives. They just kind of, because of the way things are pushing with the financial system and so forth, they all kind of see what the next move is and they move towards it with some communication, but the communication isn't even essential. It's just sort of obvious what the next move is. So, it could be very decentralized. There could be a more centralized aspect to it. I don't care that much about that, I guess, because understanding what the next move is and why, that seems much more interesting to me, right? What are the incentives and what is sort of the causation? Why is it that, as you were explaining, why is it that a big corporation is pushing woke stuff? Like, it's not immediately obvious why they would be doing that, right? So to understand that, to me, seems quite valuable. Whereas to understand, you know, to be able to name the 15 people who have an equivalent influence to Klaus Schwab, I mean, it's not very actionable, right? Like, what are you going to do? Go arrest them or something? I mean, what does it matter if we know who they are? I don't know that it affects my life very much. So in a way, I don't care.
And just as we, just as you were talking there, somebody sent me. Let me just see if I can share this. Somebody sent me this. That there was a bill passed last year. I don't know if it passed, but there's a bill there introduced into Congress, 23rd of March 2020.
Oh.
It's called the Banking for All Act. Banking for All Act.
Oh shit.
Right. And it was introduced by Mrs. Brown, who I guess is a Democrat congresswoman, to require member banks to maintain pass-through digital dollar wallets for certain persons and for other purposes. Now, did it pass, this act? Was it voted on?
I can't find it.
This shit has growth for days. Oh my god.
I see that it exists, but I don't see whether it ever passed or not.
So look, did it pass?
You'd think that would be easy.
You'd think it would be easy to tell, wouldn't you? But maybe they don't want to make it easy to...
Yeah, this does not look... I don't see any co-sponsors, so I'm kind of guessing... Oh, I see tracker. It says it's been introduced, but it has not passed the Senate.
It hasn't passed the Senate, right? So maybe...
introduced, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet.
And there is this, the Digital Dollar Project. Partnership between Accenture, one of the big 4 accounting firms, and the Digital Dollar Foundation to advance central bank digital currency. So there we go. There's a massive firm, and these are some figures.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that central bank digital currency is some conspiracy theory. I would say they're working on it. You know?
So there we go. I just wanted to, you know, to show that this is actually happening.
Right.
Yeah. So let me just get back to Fitz, because there's actually loads more that she talks about in this in this interview. Can you hear this?
Go to a slavery system, and we want to remain a human civilization, then we have a fundamental disagreement.
I've got your boot.
And that is the agreement before us.
Huh? What bootlegs? What are you talking about?
And
Samurai
we get to the diagrams here.
Okay, so if you look at what's going on, we have the tech people building the clouds and the telecommunications. We have the military doing space and Operation Warp Speed, so they're putting up the satellites.
Scared right now.
Then we have Big Pharma, which is making the injections that are full of these mystery ingredients and modify your DNA, and for all we know, make you infertile. And then we have the media pouring out the propaganda. And then we have the central bankers engineering to the crypto, central bank crypto systems. So you have these different pillars, and it's very important when you look at what's going on day to day, particularly in the media. They're trying to keep them separate so that you can't see how they're going to come together in an integrated system, which is basically integrated into your body and your mind.
I won't forget this.
For what purpose?
To institute the slavery system. So in other words, if I am going to do everything...
I mean, this is an interesting general point, because this is quite a good stream, Bradley, that we've done to follow on from the Secret Societies one last week, which was a little bit off the wall. Which is a little bit off the wall for my channel, right? Some people really enjoyed it, but and you know, people are disappointed that I still sound so quote unquote skeptical about everything. But you know, you are. How can I'm writing a course on logic. You know, what do you want me to do? But this is a really good point that she's making here, which is that there's almost a kind of inbuilt structural way to not make connections between things in this way. And I've been thinking about this more and more. You know, academia is very kind of siloed at the moment. I was thinking, like, somebody couldn't write something like Spengler's Decline of the West now, because nobody would know that much stuff about different things. Because Spengler was a polymath, he knew something about everything, right? Maybe he wasn't an expert in any one of those things, but he knew an awful lot about an awful lot of different things. Whereas now, people just know a lot about one specific thing. And in some cases, like in the sciences, for example, they know an awful lot about a very, 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 very small thing, and they don't even know like, in the worst cases, they don't even know the basics of the thing right over here. Right? So you just know this one tiny little bit of biology or whatever it happens to be, or you know about how to make this alloy metal or whatever it happens to be. You don't know all the rest of the stuff. And this what she's pointing to. This is what she's pointing to here. You're kind of discouraged from making those connections between things, generally, right? Generally speaking, and she's speaking specifically about this, right? But I'm saying that it's almost like we're in a paradigm that discourages anything overarching. They talk in postmodernism. They talk about meta-narratives, okay? And if you think about the quote unquote conspiracy, the conspiracy is a meta-narrative, right? You're discouraged from ever thinking that there could be something on this sort of scale, because the rational brain is meant to say, well, everybody's in their own separate little bit. It can't be connected. There can't be anything overarching, because these things have got nothing to do with each other, right?
Right, and this goes back to the Prussian schooling system, which is what I assume you guys have the same thing, which encourages a separation of the disciplines. You know, the bell rings, and you switch from thinking about math to thinking about English or whatever, right?
Yes, to me, the truly great thinkers in history have been people who just have no problem whatsoever smashing through disciplinary boundaries, right? So Mises, for example, right? Was he a sociologist or an economist, or he didn't care? It's just like, no, these things all belong to the sphere of human action, right? You can't just draw an artificial line. Or whoever it happens to be. I mentioned Spengler, and a truly great thinker because he's ranging across many different things. Doesn't necessarily mean they were right about everything, but I'm just saying, like, how can you be a great thinker if you just stick in one little discipline? You just know this one vertical thing very well. The brilliance is in making the connections across things. It's seeing things. Anyway, that's a longer conversation for a different stream.
Think through a smart grid, and I need to run the smart grid into your neighborhood, and then I need to run the smart grid into your body. The question is, how am I going to build it out in your neighborhood and build it out in your body without you seeing the track? Right? So that's why you try and keep these different lines separate. So if you listen to the central bankers, they try as hard as they can to stay away from these conversations. So it was interesting. I was watching an IMF presentation on cross-border payments, and the Federal Reserve Chairman, the head of the IMF mentioned the digital global ID system, and you would the Federal Reserve Chairman almost blanched, and you could energetically feel him moving like a galaxy away. It's like, no, because there are 325 million Americans, and there are more than 325 million guns. And he doesn't want everybody to see this until the trap is thrown. It's too late.
I mean, just to elaborate a bit further on this, so thinking in the American context, well, who's the big COVID expert? The media anointed one is Fauci, right? Fauci is your Chris Whitty over there, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, for most people, you'd be like, well, what would Fauci have anything to do with central banks? Right, there's those two. One is talking about medicine, and he's talking about healthcare, and he's talking about the pandemic. That's got nothing. That belongs to this realm over here. So that I trust him. I trust him as my expert.
I see.
That's got nothing to do with currency or any of this sort of thing. All of that belongs to a separate sphere. So if I want to know about medicine, or if I want to know about the pandemic or healthcare, I'll go to Fauci. And if I want to know about finance or central banks, I'll go to Yellen, right?
Right. When in fact, they're all having dinner with each other. They're all part of the Trilateral Commission or whatever the heck, right? They're all like in the same club. They're all like talking.
Exactly. Hey. And also, these things have got nothing to do with, by the way, any wars that might be or any foreign policy questions. That's another completely separate thing. You can go to Henry Kissinger for that. That's got nothing like. Do you see what I mean? This is the siloed mentality, and your typical CNN watcher, if such a thing exists, I don't know if they even do. Like that's their mindset, right? So to make connections between these things belongs to the world of kooky insanity, right? And that would be enough for them to write this woman off. Would it not? They'd write her off because she's been like, well, why didn't she stick into her lane for a start?
Right. What's her credentials for saying all this stuff?
I trust
Exactly. She's talked about, she's now talked about governance, she's talked about finance, and she's talked about the pandemic. Well, she's only got really credentials in one of those fields, right? So why she? How can she possibly do this? And that's enough.
They quit.
And that's a very strong part of their control mechanism, because a lot of people are dazzled by credentialism.
Now she's going to bring this up more than once, but she brought up the United States, where there's a lot of guns and gun owners, So what is she? Where is she going with that? Well, I feel like it just can't be brought up enough. I'm putting in the chat. Etienne de la Boete, The Politics of Obedience, the Discourse of Voluntary Servitude. He asked the question, how can a minority rule over the majority? Because, by definition, basically, the rulers are always going to be a minority. How can they, why do we put up with them? That's the question he asks. And that's essentially what she's getting at here is, and she's going to talk more about it. They have to step quite carefully, the ruling elite, because there are a lot of people with a lot of guns, and they outnumber the elite quite handily. Anyway, she'll talk more about it, but I just wanted to get the De La
just for people, some people think, I've been too skeptical, I'm trying to write her off, I've called her a nutter because of aliens or whatever. I haven't done any of those things. So it's amazing how people pick their narratives, isn't it? Both me and Radlib have watched this video right the way through, right?
Yeah.
You've watched all the way through, and I have also watched all the way through already. We're reviewing it, and we're using it to jump off and talk about other things. So, let's carry on.
Keep going.
Have we been put in a trap this year?
Yes. Right, but the door hasn't shut. So that's why the reason we're talking is because transparency can blow the game. It's interesting because in the beginning of the year, when I wrote the article Injection Fraud and said Bill Gates is trying to download an operating system in your body just the way you download it in your mind, and use viruses as an excuse to have to update it, to make it work for his back door every day. 3 months later, and then Corbett did a great series on Gates, and several people came out and sort of reaffirmed this. And it was in the fall. Yahoo Finance did published a poll saying that 44% of Republicans thought Bill Gates wanted to chip them. And I said, okay, we're making progress. So, and that's exactly when Gates sort of disappeared, and they brought out Operation Warp Speed because they needed, and interestingly enough, the person they chose to run Operation Warp Speed was an expert on injectable brain-machine interface. He used to head research at GlaxoSmithKline, and he's a brain-machine interface expert.
It's a creepy resume for that job, huh?
It's a perfect resume for that job. You know, here's one of the most important developments that happened in 2019, in addition to the approval of the going direct plan by the central bankers in Jackson Hole, was the issuance by the Department of Defense of the Jedi Cloud contract to Microsoft. So you had Amazon receive, Amazon is essentially a CIA and intelligence agency contractor. They started generating profit when they entered into major contracts with the CIA to provide the clouds, not only for the CIA, but all 17 US intelligence agencies through that umbrella cloud contract. So you now have Amazon running the intelligence agencies contract. This year, Leidos did a big...
Now is that, I'm not sure, you'd have to double check that claim that she's made there about Amazon running the intelligence agencies. Because...
Well, no, she's saying that Amazon Cloud, so somebody in the chat, Benjamin Rood pointing out, Amazon is making money from AWS. I don't know if they're yet reporting much of a profit, because what they typically do is they make money and they just do something with it other than report profit. But anyway, AWS is Amazon Web Services. That's a big business for Amazon. So providing, what he's saying is that the intelligence agencies chose AWS as their primary cloud provider. They probably have other cloud providers as a backup. AWS, Amazon running the intelligence agencies. She's just saying that you could usefully, from a financial point of view, like who's paying who, you could look at Amazon as, you know, a lot of the way they're making their money at this point is providing cloud services to the government. You know?
I mean, you'd have to double check to see exactly who's doing what, but I know that Peter Thiel's company, Planetar, are another big...
Palantir.
Palantir. They're a big defense contractor, and they play exactly in that space. You'd have to check exactly which products and who bought them, but that's kind of interesting because from all of the trust the plan guys, they claim that there are two competing factions within the deep state. There's one that is more pro-Trump and pro-liberty and so on, and there's effectively it's the DIA, and so the defense, the military intelligence services are with Trump, including the Space Force, and then they claim that the bad guys, if you want to put it that way, are the CIA and the FBI, and elements of the NSA are kind of with the Dems and with the globalists. So it could be interesting to track who uses Amazon versus who uses which contracts with which companies are which specific divisions using. I mean, we haven't got enough time to do it here, but it'd be interesting for somebody to do that exercise. Anyway, let's carry on.
Okay.
Contract, or at the end of 2019, Leidos did a big contract with the Navy, and then DoD did the Jedi contract. And so those three huge cloud contracts give you the ability, once you get everybody hooked up into them, to radically re-engineer how the cash flows work. So you can literally shut down all small business, or almost all small business, put everybody on a universal basic income, which is basically a control system, and run it all through the military clouds.
So you can see the direction we're headed, but it's a little uncertain as to why, or?
No, it's simple. Technology gives you the ability to institute a complete control system and further centralize economic and political control. So I'll give you a perfect example. The reason the African American slave trade ended, there were two reasons in my opinion. One is you couldn't perfect collateral. So the banks in London kept losing money because the plantation owners, when the commodities market went down, would sell their slaves west and the banks couldn't go get their collateral. So they would finance the purchase of a slave at, say, 50% loan-to-value ratio. And then when the commodities market's down, they'd sell the slave, say he ran away, and the banks would be hung, right? And the banks couldn't prove that, Harry was their slave because they had no way of perfecting collateral, okay? So that was number one. The second was the Haitians rebelled, and the Europeans sent several armies in to try and quell the rebellion and never could. The Haitians were too good, okay? Now, if you look at digital technology, you can perfect the collateral, okay? And with space weaponry and the kind of weaponry you have from space and surveillance, you can put down any rebellion, right? So...
I know you did a deep dive on slavery on Econ Chat a while back, Radlib, but what she's saying in this video runs counter to the standard libertarian narrative on slavery, because she's saying it's the most profitable business ever, and the standard kind of libertarian line is that slavery was not that profitable. It's actually really quite costly and inefficient, which is true. Tell me.
Yeah, that's right. But I think, I don't know. I don't think she's saying some things that don't sound quite right to me. But I think the getting away from the details a little, I think the spirit of it seems right, which is it's not necessary. I mean, if you really wanted to have the most productive, efficient economy, we already know how to do it, right? It would be a fully free market, as free as we can make it, right? Fully free trade, and so forth. That is not what the people she's talking about, the globalists, the ruling elite, that's not exactly what they want, right? They want control. And if control comes at a cost of some efficiency, that's okay. So when she says profitable, if she means more profitable than the free market, than free labor, for example, well, that's just wrong. But if she means more profitable to certain people, that seems right. Yes, because the slaveholder was in a pretty good position relative to everybody else, and the poor whites, as we learned about on our slave stream, slavery series or slavery stream, the poor Southern whites were pressed into service to support the slave system, and they were basically getting screwed, right? So it's a good deal if you're the one who's benefiting from the system. It's not overall. If she means it's more profitable in the Austrian sense, that's wrong. If she means more profitable to the ones who sit at the center of the web, well, yeah, it probably is. Costs the rest of us a hell of a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, also there's probably a distinction to be made. The actual slave trader might make a cracking bit of money actually buying and selling the slave, right? The slave owner running the plantation may, they're two different people, right? The slave owner who's running the plantation, that's usually the example that's used in the libertarian textbooks. Whereas she might be talking about the actual people's buying and selling the slaves.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But anyway, let's carry on.
The reasons that the slave trade, which was unbelievably profitable, the history of the world is slavery is the most profitable business. It's more profitable than mining. It's more profitable than narcotics. I mean, it's more profitable than all the addictions. So if you now have the technological capability of implementing slavery, their attitude, I think, is, okay, let's do it, right? And part of it is technology also makes it much easier for a small group of people to get together and be very powerful. So for example, if they bring in breakthrough energy technology, the danger is a small group of crazy people can weaponize it. So technology is powerful. The more powerful technology you integrate, the more danger there is you lose control. Now, there are other theories as why people would want complete control. So I'll give you another reason. you know, given the difficulty of feeding and managing a population that's getting ever larger, if you now have biotechnology that allows Mr. Global to live for 150 years, you know, you can't keep that secret, right? If the wealthy are living for 150 years and we're not, that you can't keep that a secret. So why not downsize the population, integrate robots, use robotics for everything, and you can have a very wealthy and luxurious life without all the management headaches, right?
So
what? So they want to basically kill everyone else off and just be that? Because this is one of the things I've struggled with this a little bit, is that it all sounds plausible, looks like it's happening, but what's the motive? Because it all just seems so evil. Like, what's the point? Like, who wants to do this and why?
Right. Yeah. I will mention that the eugenics angle is something we explored a bit recently, and I'll share that episode on the Econ chat, because you find some odd connections, like Bill Gates Sr., Bill Gates' father, was big into eugenics, for example. I don't mean like it was an interesting hobby of his. He was like in charge of the eugenics organization or something. Like he was in the thick of it, you know? So that's odd, right? And there's been this theme of population control, as I think we've all noticed. You know, I remember learning about the zero population growth group back when I was young, but this theme seems to continue one way or another. And I don't know, I mean, to some degree, it's not that surprising. It's an aspect of control, right? If you want to control people, because you're the ruling elite and that's what you like doing is controlling, then an aspect of that is controlling the population in various ways, one of which is reproduction, right?
The kind of breaking of society into different classes, or into an uber class and a vast peasantry mixed with robotics?
Yes. Yeah, in other words, what I think what's trying to happen here is Mr. Global is using technology to move to a system where between robotics, AI, and software, a few people can control the many with far less headaches and fear. You have to remember, Mr. Global is very, very afraid of the general population.
Their fear.
Yeah, they're very afraid, because if you've been keeping, you know, several times I'm told the leadership in the United States has gotten together to discuss how can we undo the secrecy, and each time they come to the conclusion it's impossible. You can't undo the secrecy because the liabilities are too enormous. So if you're the swamp and you're guilty of all the different things the swamp is guilty of, and you try and open the window on the secrecy, you run tremendous risks. Tremendous risks. So.
But doesn't everybody know about this at this point? I mean, what's secret at this point? They seem to have blown the lid off the secrecy, as far as I can see.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what sprang to mind as she spoke are some things that have come out. Like, I don't know if you know about these things. They're better known in America in some circles. The Tuskegee syphilis experiments. Have you heard of that?
No.
Yeah, they were experimenting on poor black people somewhere, telling them they were giving them medicine for syphilis when in fact they were just watching them die for science or something. It's one of the reasons that black Americans, some of them are rather leery of doctors. But then there's, one suspects there's things, and there's some other things where they were doing radiation experiments on somebody, I think, or on a town or something. So there's some things that have come out that are basically matters of public record at this point. But I suspect there's more things that have not come out along those lines, things that would get people pretty upset. But there's, yeah, I mean, she herself pointed out that there seems to be a lot of money being spent right? She seems to have demonstrated to somebody, to the DoD's satisfaction at least, that there's a lot of money being spent off the books, and what's going on there, you know? So, yes, we've learned a lot, but I'm thinking there's some things we don't know. And she's suggesting that if they do not want to just say, okay, here we go. And I noticed presidents sometimes will come in saying, like, I'm gonna really, you know, we're gonna find out who killed JFK, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna open up all this information, and then they get in, and not much happens, you know? They decide, yeah, maybe it's better that I don't open the books, you know? I notice that keeps happening.
Yeah.
You're afraid of the general population. And the history of governance is, you know, the general population occasionally does turn and kill the leadership. So there are 325 million people in America. They're more...
Cannot happen soon enough, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, how long have we... I keep on, every once in a while, I'll post something on Twitter, and I'll get a message from Radlib saying, listen, we all feel the same way, but stop Fed post. How long have we all been in Fed post mode now, Radlib? I mean, it's...
Or guns. So, you know, my guess is the reason Jay Powell was backpedaling when the head of the IMF was talking about digital identities is he's sitting there knowing he's got 325 million people and a lot of them have guns, and they don't have a lockdown yet. This is why the Second Amendment is such a fractious issue. Most people around the world don't understand why people in America are so rabid about owning guns.
Hey,
and you know, the first reason they're rabid about owning guns is they don't understand the power of mind control.
I mean, I tell you what, right? Those people who were mocking John Locke a year or two ago, looking pretty stupid now, aren't they? Because John Locke was pretty big on the old weapons ownership business, and those founding fathers, I'm telling you now, they've done you guys a big one, because we haven't got guns in this country. Look at the bloody state of Britain. Look at the state.
Right. And even with the armed populace in the U.S., look at how bad those riots were, right? Now I noticed that they weren't going out to like the kind of place like where I live, where they wouldn't have lasted very long, you know.
Careful not to pull the pin when I want to pick my nose.
Well, in fact, let's try to get to that bit, because that was one of the most interesting parts of this. Let's carry on.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, so if I can institute total mind control, which is what the system is, you know, guns aren't that dangerous to me, but, you know, the leadership is to do what they want to do. It would be very, very convenient if they could bring in the guns. And you'll see if the Democrats win this election, that's the first thing they're going to try and do. After making everybody wear face diapers, they're going to try and bring in the guns. And this is why the Republicans holding the Senate has been such a big issue.
Yeah.
Because they can't do it if the Republicans hold the Senate.
The election is such a mess, huh?
Tiger claws.
So here's the thing. When I try and tell everybody, you know, because I grew up in Philadelphia, and my first boyfriend's father was a ward leader who used to go with a roll of cash and buy all the votes every election. So, you know, there's an old tradition in America of voting fraud. And what I tell everybody is neither one of these candidates would...
I love how it's just common knowledge that fraud has gone on forever. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Right.
The candidate without the voting fraud to begin with. So, you know, we're in a funny position, but I've never seen the voting fraud as blatant. And I think to a certain extent, you know, it's interesting. They could not have stopped a Trump landslide without COVID-19. So one question I have is how much of the, because I thought they would do this after the election, how much of the timing of the healthcare op is basically designed to make sure they don't get a populist president? Not that Trump isn't, you know, it's hard for me to think of Donald Trump as a populist because he's very much on board for the pro-centralization team, but he's, as Michael Moore has said, he's the American people's way of saying F you to the leadership. So I think it was very important to them to get rid of Trump, which they're trying to do. The problem is they've used massive voter fraud to do it, but they've used the fraud in a way that it's obvious that the fraud is off the charts. And it's almost as though, you know, they're turning to the the population which they're trying to turn into a cult, saying, you have to pretend this guy is the president, even though you know he's not. So, you know, we have a fake virus and a magic virus and a fake president and a magic political system, and you know, it really is getting very cult-like. It's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, it's almost like a switch was flicked this year.
What the fuck was that?
In bizarre
Got grenades
world,
up your
right?
ass too?
So we've been in bizarre world. From the minute they started to steal the money, we moved into a bizarre world. And I think, you know, the only difference is now, as they moved all the money and the official reality moved away from reality even further and further, you know, that's part and parcel of the secrecy. Many people thought they could stay on the middle of the road. And now what's clear is, you know, you have to go with the cult or you have to go with truth.
Not if you're the Britisher.
If you told me we got planned from the get-go. It's true what they say.
The middle of the road is going
Really
away.
fucking good.
And so everybody has to choose which they want.
This is where we part ways.
Let's go to the riots. Okay, so when the riots began and the leadership took the position that
What about my
you couldn't go to church because
What
of the
about it?
danger of the magic virus,
Like I said
but you
before,
could go to the riots and
best don't come
protests.
cheap. Take care.
My team and I started to look at the riots. And so we made, if you come into Solari,
I just want to preempt this by saying that this part of it came from nowhere when I was watching it earlier on. And I messaged you saying, this is a top piece of outside of the box thinking and analysis from this woman right here. But anyway, let's watch it and then we'll talk about it.
I would not have guessed what she comes up with here.
there's a database called COVID-19, and I think it's COVID-19 riots and Fed. So the first thing we did is we looked at the state and we looked at the cities and whether the governor was Democrat or Republican, and then what the COVID cases and deaths were. And then we said, okay, we're going to check a box called riots, where riots have been.
Swapping some chrome.
So we started to look at the patterns of the riots vis-a-vis the political machine control and sort of the COVID magic virus op. And there was something wrong when I was looking at the data, and I could feel, you know, I'm a very intuitive person. I was saying, there's something here. So I said to the wonderful teammate who was building this, I said, do me a favor. I want you to put a box called the Federal Reserve. And I want you to check the box. There are 12 banks, 1 headquarters, and then the branches for a total of 37 locations. I want you to check the box wherever, in any city where we have a branch or a bank or the headquarters, I want a check. And what we discovered is 34 of the 37 bank locations have riots. And I said, well, wait a minute, that's a pattern. There's something here. Let's drill down. So we started with Minneapolis.
Okay,
we said, let's
pause it. What the fuck?
So we just got to say right here, because the next thing is going to blow your mind even more. Just what she just picked up on. I mean, almost not randomly, but intuitively, right? She was just using her intuition to go, let's check this. That by itself is kind of what, right? On its own, before even the next thing that's coming. That was sort of a mind-blowing little connection to make that I would never have thought of.
Yeah.
So just wanted to call that out. Okay. But then she keeps going. It's amazing.
The data of all the buildings that were harmed or burnt or businesses, and we'll map it. You know, we'll do a GIS software and we'll map where these businesses were and how close they were to the Federal Reserve Bank. And so the first one we did, there's a street going across Minneapolis called Lake. And we mapped them. And one of the things we did when we mapped them was we drew pictures of where the opportunity zones were.
Any new toys?
You know what an opportunity zone is? An opportunity zone is a tax shelter mechanism created in 2018 to help the tech billionaires as they sold their stock avoid capital gains. So you can if you're Jeff Bezos, who sold $10 billion of stock this year, if you were to roll over your proceeds into opportunity zone investments and handle it in a certain way, you could avoid all capital gains tax. So this is fantastically profitable. Now, if you look at the riots, when I first saw how all the buildings and businesses destroyed along Lake Street were right at the bottom of the opportunity, I started to laugh and I said, you know, I was Assistant Secretary of Housing. That's not a riot pattern. That's a real estate acquisition plan.
Just absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing.
What? Right. Okay. So,
but okay,
she's saying
can't this
that
be just
the
coincidental
place
that
where the riots is not looking random to her? Or I'm sorry. Let's be careful here. The thinking was, oh, well, the riots are happening where black neighborhoods are, or something like that, right? Black inner cities, or something. That's probably what everybody who sort of vaguely was watching things is thinking. And she's saying, no, it's actually quite a bit more specific than that, and it's related to these opportunity zones.
Right, and the idea, I think the idea is that the BLM, the riots, destroyed
slightly
businesses to tank the real estate in those zones, so that somebody like a Bezos can swoop in and basically just buy it all up, you know, so he doesn't get taxed on whatever they put there instead, right?
Now, somebody brought up the Batman versus Robin, or Batman versus Joker, where, you know, the Joker does something so that the cops will be over here while he robs the bank or something. I was actually thinking of the Westerns, where they know that the railroad's going to be coming through, but no one else knows. And so they start doing something to drive everybody off and grab all the property before everybody finds out that that's where the railroad's coming through. Yeah. You know, it's something like that.
And now all those people moving out of New York and all those people moving out of all of these different areas, the exact areas that were hit by the riots, by the way. Well, I saw a tweet earlier on saying, oh, well, they're going to stay away. They're not going to go back up there to live now because, well, it's unsafe, or, you know, there's nothing there, or whatever, or they're scared of COVID or whatever. Well, of course, those places that were smashed up are then going to be, because of course the land value is going to tank in the short term, isn't it?
Right.
And it allows them to swoop in. This is very interesting because we saw this pattern before. If anybody caught my cigar stream on Weimar Republic, now behind the paywall, this happened there. Bradley, did you happen to catch that?
I did. I might have missed this point. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, obviously there weren't opportunity zones then, okay, but in the direct aftermath of the Treaty of Versailles, the land value in well, basically loads of people went out of business. German business owners went out of business, and that allowed a certain group to swoop in and buy up over a third of the land in Germany, in one of the biggest transfers of wealth ever to be witnessed in history. Okay, right. Now I found that really quite shocking when I was researching that stream in the sources that I went to, because it's not something that you'll learn in your GCSE history books, that little factoid there, but it does then make sense of what happens down the line, right? Makes sense of what happens down the line, makes sense of why so many people ended up supporting certain mid-century figures. And I wonder about that element of this. I mean, maybe we can speculate a little bit later on, but if a similar plan is pulled, what's to stop the same sort of thing happening that happened in Germany? Because people will only put up with so much, surely. What do you I mean?
I don't know. I mean, part of it is that it's they've trained us so well to
There's
not
no
pay
group
attention
now.
to connecting dots.
They,
like this,
who are
right?
they?
I mean, that's. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's watching this, and part of me is like resisting, right? Because I've got the programming in my head. You know,
is it the programming though?
This is
or
crazy.
is it just normal skepticism?
We can't listen to this, you know, right? And so they've got that programming, and the question is, how long does the programming hold out as they get, as she pointed out about the election, as they get more and more sort of blatant? Because that is an interesting thing that you and I've been talking
start
about,
from
right?
the bottom.
Is that
the back
there's a certain lack of subtlety that we've been noticing lately.
Wow,
Yeah, I mean, I've been using 2020. I've been using
Maybe
2020 as a kind of pretty crude IQ test, basically.
What?
Right? And I'm using it to judge people. I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong not to? Because at this point,
what do you mean? Like you're to see their take on things?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd say there's a triple. There's a trifecta, right? One is on the lockdowns. Okay. Regardless of what the truth is about the numbers and the severity, etc. Just the lockdown as an issue. Okay. The election is the second one. Regardless of what you think about Donald Trump, the election and your stance on it, and the third one was the riots in the summer. Those three things are a very good litmus test to me. If anybody buys into any one of those things, I cannot. Part of me will have to lose some sort of respect for them.
Right, like when you talked about, I remember when it happened earlier in the year, you were really paying a lot of attention to COVID stuff, and then the BLM protests. Actually, it wasn't so much the riots, I think, that you were reacting to, as I recall. That's sort of a slightly separate topic. It was actually the peaceful protests, right? There were suddenly the streets all over America and everywhere else. And instead of the public health, right, the public health elite saying, hey, you know, we sympathize with your cause, but this is a really bad idea. There's going to be some consequences because we've got this pandemic going on. They said racism is a health crisis. And so that protest is fine.
Yeah, and that letter was signed by thousands of people. Thousands of bloody experts signed that in America.
I mean, anyway, so yeah, I mean, I spell that one out to try to expand on what you're saying, to just say we've seen a number of things where it's an insult to the intelligence of the intelligent observer, right?
Yeah.
Totally understood that there's some people who are just completely busy with their lives. Rothbard said this about economics. You know, he says economics requires some focus to understand. Some people just don't spend the time on it. That's fine. Not everybody has to be an expert in economics, you know? And similarly, I know people who just work constantly. They're small business owners. They don't sit around and think about the news, you know? That they might sort of go, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I could believe that. By the way, those small business owners aren't buying into any of this crap, as it so happens. But anyway, but you could imagine that, right? But for someone who actually like sits down and tries to understand this and just says, check, 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 yep, you know, pandemic, protests, election, all looks good to me. It's okay.
But why does it only... Why is the pandemic global?
If you buy into all three of those things, you're either paid to,
all those products
your livelihood depends on it,
just,
or you're just a moron. There's no in between ground for me. You know, you're dishonest. I guess would be the other thing. You know it's wrong, but for whatever reason you're prepared to go along with it.
It's in your interest to go along. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's keep going. Go ahead.
Somebody's pointed out that this woman bears a very striking resemblance to one of the two fat ladies, which is one of John Dee's favorite shows that we've talked about. When this is over, Radlib, I will show you a picture of the two fat ladies, and you'll see what they mean. But let's carry on.
All right.
So what are you saying? It's to cheapen the prices in the city?
So I have a thriving series of small businesses, a lot owned by African American and Hispanics along a particular boulevard in the Opportunity Zone. If first I declare the business as non-essential and shut them down, right? magic virus. So first I declared them non-essential, so now they're in real trouble, right? Because they can't do their business.
Oh, yeah.
And then I have riots and burn and damage them, right? If I was really clever, I'd pull their insurance right before I did it. I don't know what the case was, but we'll see. So now their business is shut down. They're now hung on their debt, right? Whether their mortgage or their credit card. But even worse, now their building has been damaged. And of course, insurance doesn't cover all the repairs and fixing, right? So needless to say, it's going to be a lot easier and cheaper for me to go in and buy up all those buildings, right? Voila. It's called disaster capitalism. So we then mapped, we did Minneapolis, then we mapped Kenosha, then Portland, and now we're doing a place in Ohio. And the patterns we're seeing, if you look at the clusters of where the damage is, just speaking as Assistant Secretary of Housing, those are, in my opinion, real estate acquisition plans completely, you know, especially when they come on top of declaring all those small businesses non-essential and shutting them down or restricting them. You know, I'm sure you got a lot of restaurants in there.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you look at San Francisco, 49% of the businesses in San Francisco.
Holy shit, sorry to interrupt you with this. Never, ever do a search on DuckDuckGo for Two Fat Ladies BBC. Holy shit. I'm so traumatized. Anyway, carry on.
Francisco are expected to be out of business by the end of the year.
Get it anyway.
Do you know how much real estate you're going to be able to pick up cheap on this? It's phenomenal. Now, when you realize that if they sell their tech stocks high, they can pick it up really cheap. What's important to understand is this makes the economics of building the smart grid out in the Fed cities. Remember, I said 34 of 37 cities have a Fed bank or branch. So this makes building out the smart grid around the Fed banks much cheaper, which I'm assuming you want to do if you're going to come out with a crypto system.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Global is now coming to the point where...
And can you explain who's Mr. Global?
Yeah, so Mr. Global is my nickname for the committee that runs the world, the defining characteristic of life on planet Earth.
Yeah, go on.
Just a word in from Binary Surfer. He gets his, you know, I'm always right moment here. He says, I would like to point out, I said there would be massive real estate acquisition by shady groups on the back of the riots 6 months ago. Apparently I didn't go far enough that they were targeted riots. So Binary Surfer claims that he basically was connecting the dots half a year ago on this. So good for him.
I don't doubt it. Binary's got a pretty good track record of that sort of thing. So
right. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to say is that this is a chance for us to apply your method, right? That is, this is testable, what Binary Surfer said and what she's saying, because we can actually see where the riots happened and see what happens to real estate. Does it all just sit there as a smoldering mess? Do the small business owners that had been impacted by both COVID and the riots, are they open up later this year and everything's fine in 2021? Or has that real estate suddenly come under the control of, right, the sort of people she's talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can check.
And we'll be able to see, and we can also, as time goes on, we can check this woman here. She made this video when 22nd of December this year.
Seems like, yeah.
So in July 2021, we can check back, and that's why I keep on saying about everybody's saying, "Oh, you've become like a, you know." I'm just saying no. Have a look at what they said and then test it against what's happened.
Yeah.
That's what I keep on saying. It doesn't matter about, you know, what the reputation is, or what somebody's called them this or somebody's called them that, or if they're associated with people who are nutters or whatever. It doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. To the point is, did what they say end up happening or not? Right. That's the ultimate barometer for stuff like this. Anyway, let's carry on. Yeah.
Is our real global governance system is a mystery. And think about it, it's phenomenal we live on a planet and we don't demand to know how our governance system really works. But instead it's a secret. So, you know, I have a lot of high-octane conjectures, Dr. Phil would say, about who and what that is. For now, we'll call it Mr. Global. So Mr. Global is now implementing robotics. That's one of the new technologies that's really
you I don't trust, and I certainly have no shortage of patience.
Can you label that?
Be best if
Okay,
you left now.
So here's our robot and here's our human. And of course, the question for Mr. Global is, you know, which is more efficient doing what? In other words, if I'm supposed to manage the planet and all the natural resources and harvest it to my benefit and make sure, you know, my risk is reduced, how much do I want to use robots for and how much do I want to do humans for? Now, the brilliance of hooking everybody into the cloud with a crypto system is with AI and software, I can have the humans teach the robots to the AI and software how to do all their jobs. And in fact, I was at the Institute in 2017, and I was having a discussion with a venture capitalist, you know, sort of billionaire type, and he looked at me with these amazingly dead eyes, and he said, "Look, honey, you know, I can take every company, completely automate it with software and robotics and fire all the humans. We don't need them anymore." I've never talked to anybody who didn't understand the riot part. Because that's a very typical old game.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in poor neighborhoods.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay, so do you want me to continue with this?
It's so dark, isn't it, when you think about it? If it's true, that is.
Well, I don't know how much I emphasized it, but one of my reactions to the riots earlier in 2020 was that the people actually living there were not going to be winners out of this, right? And she's suggesting they're going to be even worse than what I was thinking. You know, they're going to essentially be dispossessed through this process, right?
Yeah, that's it. Let's carry on.
So we have the Mr. Global at the top. We have the database and software systems using artificial intelligence. A very important part of this now is the satellite system that's being put up in the orbital platform. And using telecommunications and digital technology, you have the ability 24/7 to track and monitor both your humans and your robots. And the question for Mr. Global is, what's more efficient? If I can do everything with robots, then what do I do with the humans? I don't need them anymore.
So are we seeing Bill the kind of...
No, we should probably deal with this point, Radley, because the typical Austrian or libertarian response to this part would be saying, well, things have always been automated. That's just your production process are getting more capitalistic and roundabout. Therefore, the argument she's making is a Luddite argument. Why would that not be the case here?
Right. So famously, CGP Grey, famously in our circles, CGP Grey made an extensive video about, you know, the robots are going to take all our jobs, right? And people like to get freaked out about this, and I don't get freaked out about it because demand is infinite, right? Mm-hmm. So if the things that humans are doing now, just as 200 years ago, all our ancestors pretty much, unless you're the Prince of Wales or something, all our ancestors were farmers, right? A couple hundred years ago. And now there's very, very few who are farming. Well, did we all end up not having jobs? No, we did other things. We met other demands that, you know, once we had enough to eat, we were interested in maybe having something else besides food, right? Well, similarly, if, you know, the things that humans are doing now, or at least some of them are automated, there'll be other things that we come up with for humans to do, right? So that seems a little silly. Having said that, it's a little hard to see what her perspective is sometimes here, because as I was listening through this, I was thinking, how much is she saying that this is her view, and how much is she just describing what she thinks the elite are thinking? right?
Right, yeah.
Right, because remember at that one point she said, this isn't capitalism. She's basically saying, I'm pro-capitalist, in the true sense of capitalism. That's not what I'm critiquing here. I'm critiquing people who are, you call them crony capitalism or worse, right? Similarly, I don't know that she would, if you asked her, well, wait, so do you really think that they can replace all of us with robots? She might say, no, I don't, but I think they do. I don't know. It's hard to tell. When is she giving her own perspective? When is she sort of trying to understand what their thinking is, right?
Yeah, and in fact, when this is over, I'll outline why some of my reasons why I think that this plan, if it is really a plan, is destined to fail. I don't want to be like a white pill merchant or anything, but I don't think that if this is what they want to do, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off, and I'll explain why soon.
Yeah.
Human farming or something?
So they would describe it as resource management. And if you look at the technocracy and the writing about technocracy, so many of us describe we're moving from whatever systems we use now to a technocracy. In a technocracy, they view, you have two different visions of the world. My vision of the world is that humans are sovereign individuals whose freedom comes by divine authority. That is what the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution all revolve around. The image of a sovereign individual as someone who is free by divine authority. In the vision of technocracy, a human is a natural resource like a oil deposit, and to be used as such. So they're not a sovereign individual, they're labor, and they are either more efficient or less efficient than a robot at different functions. In other words, what I'm saying is Mr. Global views the human race like livestock, not someone with which they share empathy, and they don't view us as the same species as them. And in fact, with a lot of the biotechnology, they figure they're going to live much longer lives than we do and live very differently than we do. So there's been a real, one of the challenges with the secrecy, as one group becomes more and more technologically advanced, they separate culturally, legally, financially from all the other groups. In other words, they have literally broken away and created a separate civilization. They don't think of themselves as part of our civilization anymore.
And who is they?
Well, that's the great mystery, and that's why I call this group Mr. Global. And my personal experiences with many different people in that group and factions, but ultimately, I can't tell you who really controls. What I will tell you is the planet is run by force. And so ultimately the question is, who is the most powerful gun? And that comes down to space. Who has the most powerful space presence, space weapons, as well as who controls the sea lanes? So
there's been an awful lot of space weaponry talk recently, Radlib. Have you caught that? It not just in trust the plan circles, but also just in the mainstream media, openly talking about space wars.
Just the fact that Trump did the Space Force thing, for me, because I wasn't paying attention to this sort of thing, just felt like it came out of the blue. I'm like, what the hell? Like this sounded like complete silliness. It sounds like there's more to it than I thought. Like I thought it was like, here's just a cool thing I'll do that'll make me memorable, right? But what it sounds more likely, and knowing Trump, you'd expect this. They already wanted to do this, or something along these lines, and Trump basically, sold it, right?
Yeah.
So it was in the works, and he just said, "Hey, let's call it Space Force and give them cool uniform." You know what I mean? He did the marketing, but the idea was there all along. And so what I don't have the background on, and I know you shared a few things, and I just didn't have time to. I was doing stuff with kids, I didn't have time to read them. But what I don't really understand is, I guess what I was asking Mad Merc to help me fill me in on at some point is the geopolitics of space, right? Because we're already used to thinking about or if you're into geopolitics like Mad Merc is, we're already used to thinking about like the sea lanes, you know, like who's in control of keeping the sea lanes flowing. They have a lot of power, basically. That would have been the British at one point, and now it's the United States, right? But what they're saying is that space is, what she's saying is that space is now a factor, and she seems to be saying, if you listen to her wording carefully, it might be coming up, or maybe it was what she just said. She seems to be thinking that actually space is now kind of more the trump card, because I think in part of the technological aspect. Space is where you have the satellites that can monitor, can facilitate transmission of data, right? So it becomes a key point. That's trying to make sense of this. That's why I think she brings up space is so important.
And also the Trust the Plan guys, Radlib, maintain and have maintained from day one that Space Force not only was pushed by Trump, but are in the tank for Trump, for Donald Trump. By which I mean, in any given kind of election thingy, they're going to be on the side of the Patriots, but also they have leapfrogged both China and Iran, because China and Iran are using effectively stolen tech. That is secondhand info from some of these guys. But so as things stand right now, America has supremacy in the space wars. So I'm led to believe. So whether that could change, I don't know. The Chinese often have trouble innovating, so they tend to steal a lot of tech.
Right. So I guess we really know that it's on if we hear that CIA headquarters was destroyed from space, right? then Trump's plan is in motion, shall we say?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know that. I mean, some of the more nutty. I say nutty. Who knows what to believe at this point, right? It has been claimed that space weapons have already been used. That they were used in that Nashville thing that happened the other day, for example. That Nashville deal was actually an encounter between these two competing factions within the deep state, and that these clashes keep on happening because they were trying to get, good guys and bad guys were trying to get at the same thing. So who knows? Who knows? I have seen that the story on the guy who did the Nashville thing seems to have changed. I mean, I thought originally they tried to sell him as a convert to Islam or something, right. And that he was like and now he's actually, they released details today that actually he's like a 9/11 truther, who's into like moon landings and flat Earth or something, like a literal tinfoil hat. Yeah, right. There we go. The Nashville bomber sent bizarre letters 2 days before the attack, writing about 9/11, the moon landing, and lizard people who believed control Earth. That's according to new sources. But I thought that the Nashville bomber was identified as a Muslim convert, like literally 4 days ago. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah.
Am I making this up? That happened, didn't it? So anyway, there we go. So let's move on.
Traditionally, control behind the reserve currency came from control of the sea lanes, but then as we've moved into space, it's now become control of both the sea lanes and the satellite lanes. And the question is, who controls what and who has what weapons? One of the reasons.
Just thinking though, if they're running with that Nashville idea being like a tinfoil hat guy, are they trying to move into a phase now where a new invisible enemy is like David Icke terrorists? So right. So you can say, well, the new threat are like conspiracy theorists, and then that can kind of encompass everyone from, people who follow David Icke, say this woman here, you,
Yeah.
Right.
People who don't accept the AP on the election, you're all potential terrorists. We got to kick you off the internet, etc. Right?
Yeah. So, yeah. All right, let's carry on.
Since you've seen a very interesting discussion in the United States for the last 2 years, is Trump has been very verbal about Space Force and what is possible in space, and he'll make these allusions to our magical weapons in space, at which point the generals look at him very disapproving, like, don't talk about that. So the answer is, we don't know. We don't know. What we do know is part of the competition right now between China and America is that the player who has the most dominant position in space has the power to control the whole planet. So the Chinese have a system called the social credit system, and they're very much tying their financial transactions and different abilities to travel and do other things to your behavior. And we've seen different TV shows talk about these kinds of systems. But you're talking about a world where, and we see it in China, where most people are under 24/7 surveillance, and then their financial incentives and their financial powers relate to how well behaved they are. And I would describe it essentially as a slavery system, because there's no personal freedom. So to a certain extent, what technocracy will do is move us to a similar kind of system as the Chinese social credit system.
Where if you misbehave, you can be punished.
Right, so in theory, you have to get a certain kind of job to make a certain kind of money. In the current system, in the new system, you have